people. Let me just move myself to the middle where I belong. Thank you. Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy
Oh,
Friday.
Lord, okay, I thought she was going to say something. Happy Friday, everybody. Let me introduce our panelists for tonight. We have Mistaken, Harrison Davis, the AP, Luis, and Coach K. My name is Shan Monet, and this is a Chic critique. You guys can unmute yourselves now.
What you drinking, Shan? Coffee?
Coffee.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Come in here with that.
Get him, Shan. Get him, Shan. Tell him what's going on.
So embarrassing. I almost clutched my pearls. That's how you act in public. And then when you're behind closed, you're like, get your. We have an amazing topic tonight. It's an interesting topic. And the topic is, how did we get here? Well, where did we go wrong? Same thing. Shoot, tomatoes. But first topic, before we get into the meat and potatoes, which should be a little bit down the line, the drama with Miss Keke Palmer. What in the world? Okay, so let's just handle one thing at a time. We're going to do this briefly because it's just an icebreaker. The dress. I, for one, think it was a bit inappropriate. I don't want to see nobody's booty when I go out to the club. Whether it's Keke, it looked nice or not. It was inappropriate for me, just in my taste. What do you guys think?
I do want to see your booty when I'm out at the club. I don't know what you talking about.
Well, that was a concert.
Hey, look, it's all good for me now. But what I want to say is, and I'm gonna make it real quick. First of all, dude knew Keke for what, 4-5 years. So you have 4-5 years to vet, 4-5 years to say, to get to bend the knee and say, hey, will you marry me? He chose not to do that. Since he didn't do that, he still had a kid with her. Yo, bro, like, how she act is how she act, because you the fool that didn't wife her up, so you don't have like, honestly, my opinion is you don't have an opinion on the matter. If you have 4 or 5 years to make the decision to choose to marry her, and since you didn't, what do they say? You're single until you're married. So she moved like a single chick.
But is that even tasteful for a single chick?
Hey, look, move how you want to move. Like, dude knew how she was. Like, to me, there's no real excuse. Like, you know how she is. Either you want to make her your wife or you don't. And if you don't want to make her your wife, don't plant your seed. Like, and so don't throw it back on her face when you have decided that isn't, like, she's not going to be your wife. I understand the girlfriend boyfriend aspect, and that's kind of what people was getting hung up on. And I can agree when we're talking 4, 5, 6, 7 months in, but when you 4-5 years in, that's on you, bro.
Well, what I was going to say is kind of to piggyback off of what AP said. I think the issue is you're expecting, I know I might get in trouble for this, but wifely respect when you haven't made her a wife. You want her to give you that husband respect where you can step in and say, do this or don't do that. But in reality, when I saw some of her old posts, she specifically stated that I'm single until I'm married. And this was in, I think, 2021 when I saw that specific post. So in that regard, I kind of agree with AP in the fact that I don't think he has as much say-so in what she wears or what she does, outside of the fact of him being concerned with the fact that that is his baby's mother. And for me, that's where I see where the dress is inappropriate. She is in relationship with him. So I do think there is a level of discernment and respect that should come along with that if she's claiming him as her man. And if she do know that that's something that he would have had an issue with, just for me being in relationship, I would have respected that personally. But outside of him, just thinking about the fact that she does have a kid. And later on, I wouldn't want anybody to be able to be like, I saw your mama's butt, like that kind of stuff. So that is something that she should take into consideration with that. Not saying that she, didn't wear the dress well, but I just don't think it was appropriate for where she is at this stage in her life. That's just my opinion.
I don't think it's appropriate no matter what stage you are in your life. It makes no sense. Now, some people could be somewhat fine with the way that it shows in the front. I mean, hey, listen, some people will be like, hey, that's a little much for me, but most people can tolerate it because we won't say that she didn't look good. But the second she made that turn and it turned 180, and I was like, wait a minute. That's when it went from questionable to you done lost your mind. That's ridiculous. And I also think it's ridiculous that just because he not her husband, right? I don't think it's a very valid argument that when you are dating a woman, you're responsible no matter what point you with this woman to protect her in some way, to provide for her in some way, to provide some sort of utility as far as being able to help and make reasonable decisions so that you can move on to whatever decision that y'all trying to make. I don't think it makes any reasonable sense with the way that women operate naturally, that women typically get majority of the benefits before they get married. It's just that the legal benefits kick in once they get married. He's willing to protect you more times than not, even if y'all not married. He's willing to pay for you and pay for some things, that financial life before you're married.
I don't think he had a job though, right? Because I read that he was unemployed.
We're not talking about him specifically. I'm just talking about the argument. Because whether he had a job or not, she saw fit to have a child with this dude.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry, because I have ADD. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel you. But to me, it's just nonsense to say that just because he's not your husband does not mean that you can't tell her what to do. You can tell her what to do, but she grown.
So you're saying that baby daddies have power even when they're not in the household?
I'm not even saying baby daddies have power. I'm saying that if that is your man, right, and you want him to be responsible for you, protect you, and do some things for you, i.e. pay for stuff or help you in your life, add to your life, he has some say so. Now, granted, you can reject that, whatever he want to give you, because you're grown, because obviously a lot of women are rejecting men they're even married to. So to me, I think it's a dumb argument for you to sit here and say that just because you're not married to him, you can't tell him, he can't tell you what to do. I think
but when he knows who she is, like, I'm sorry to cut you off, Shan, but when he knows who she is, this wasn't a surprise to him. He knew exactly the kind of woman that she was, and he has had 5 years to make the decision if he wanted to accept her for who she is or not accept her for who she is. And then he comes out in a very public way to denounce her actions or her dress or whatever the hell he denounced, knowing who she is. A, he is wrong for that, and B, if he really wanted real say in her life, if he really wanted his opinion to really count, he would have married her, bro. Like, there's no way around that.
Real fast. Give me. Oh, Lewis, I know you haven't talked yet, but I just wanted to put this, and I'm gonna let you go. Okay. So, are we saying now that boyfriends should have husband rights? Because if that's listen what I'm saying. If that is the situation, there are several men who will have a lot of rights to your woman before she becomes your woman.
So a right is different than having a say so, because the thing is listen, if she has slept with another dude that she is strongly like influenced by, listen, that other dude already got her. You know what I'm saying? She's on borrowed time. But I'm talking specifically, men are taught and are trained, even by women, that we need to provide things out the gate that a lot of women would consider is husband stuff. We're willing to provide for some things. We're willing to be responsible for you.
Provide for what?
Dates. Sometimes people will pay for your bills without marrying you. Brothers will do stuff.
How often is that though?
But I'm just saying we're willing to give a lot
Shan, that's
for
pretty
almost
often, actually.
nothing.
Well, what I'm saying to you is, I think that it's safe to say, even in that situation, that's a case by case situation.
You can make a case by
Listen. What I'm
case.
saying to you, is, what you may do if he doesn't have a job and she's making the money maker. We can safely say that that's not going on. Okay, so is it safe to say we can't? The one thing about us, we don't know what their relationship entails. Just because I have never had a man just come, a boyfriend, you know, say, "Oh, I'm gonna pay all of your bills." Now they may pay one, but they ain't paying all, and not living in a separate household. If we're sitting here saying the average person only makes 47,000, you're saying the average person can handle 2 households?
I'm not saying that two people are see. I'm not saying that he's paying for most men are paying for all things, right? What I'm saying is he has to provide a level of something, whether it's something that you desire. Like, say, for instance, if you want to go out more, right? Or you want to be taught certain things, or you want help with making certain decisions or doing certain things. Like, there are a lot of brothers that provide these things without you being married to them. And I oftentimes and that's the reason why also a lot of guys are friend zone, because they give a lot of qualities to women that it would just take from them. And then these women will just keep it moving. But listen, I agree with AP. Listen, this woman has shown who she was for years. And it's his fault for sure. I'm talking just specifically about the argument that you can't tell her nothing just because you're her husband. If
Well, he
even
didn't. I don't think that's unfair to say, because we don't know what the rebuttal was.
No, no, no,
It
no.
seems
I'm just
so.
talking about the argument. I'm not talking
But
about
we don't know. But there was no argument. So she did something obviously without him knowing. So he
no, 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 no,
I
no,
think
responded.
no,
he's
no,
talking about
no,
the
no, no.
premise of the
I'm
argument
Oh,
talking
that I
got
about
you.
laid
For
out.
your argument. Okay.
yeah. When I mean usually when I say argument, it's not because no, I'm not saying we fussing. What I'm saying is it's your statement, your claim, your idea, or the notion. That's what I'm talking about. But the
Got you.
argument that people have said, well, he should have married her if he wanted say in her life. But when you ask these men and you ask these women, he still got limited say, even though that's his husband, that's her husband. I'm telling
That's
you.
not her husband, though, right?
No, I'm not
Oh,
talking about
okay.
specifically in this
Okay.
case. I'm talking
We're talking
about
about
in
this
general.
particular, because we know husbands have.
But
We're not.
even in this case, if he had a child with you, you mean to tell me the guy that got you got a child with ain't got no say?
So in that case, and we're gonna get to that, because then that means that
We see that a
stepdaddy.
lot. No,
That means that when another man takes over your household, that man still has a say, because you can't say in one hand he has say, and in another one he's just forgiving his say. So
Well, he
let me go to
does.
Mr. Lewis is his opinion, and then Kay.
The way I evaluated it was this. I think a part of it, he did know what she was gonna probably wear, because like I'm pretty sure like she probably showed him, uh probably talked about it at some point, right? I don't think it comes too much of a surprise. Did I have an issue with the dress? Well, I had it. If she wants to wear that out with me, no problem. But out by herself is a completely different thing. You know what I'm saying? I kind of do feel that it was very performative, right? You know, it was Usher, it was a residency, and I think that she was sponsoring the dress. I think she might have had a designer who she was probably wearing that for, and she was kind of sponsoring the dress. Needless to say, uh, her actions are her actions. I think that he knew what he was signing up for. And honestly, I think we're giving a little bit too much credit because we don't know if he proposed at some point before. And it was never announced. Who's to say after 5 years, 4 to 5 years that they were together, that at some point he didn't attempt to propose? Maybe something happened during the situation. Maybe his finances got tight. Maybe she kind of doesn't want marriage. Maybe probably doesn't see him as the best suitor for marriage. But she probably, was okay with having a kid because they probably developed some sort of bond, right? A lot of women are doing that. Some women, you know what I'm saying? And also that she's the one that's holding the bag. She's the one that's producing the most money. She's the one with the image, the fame, right? He does have his own thing going on because he's a physical trainer, I believe, or something like that, along that nature, right? Um, yeah, I just think what bro fucked up was, airing your laundry on Twitter. You should have called your woman, text her, FaceTime her, wait until the show's over, and be like, "Hey, I want to talk to you. Are you in the private space?" Etc. Hey, like I didn't really like or appreciate that move that you did. I think it was a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? I feel some type of way. You would have handled it that way. By you airing it out on Twitter, it kind of gave it a green light for everybody to jump on you, and sort of it did show moments of insecurity for him as a man to handle that situation, right? Because we're paying attention to how you handle, and also you got to know your woman, right? A lot of people weren't checking for Kiki before. You know what I'm saying? Now that she had the baby, her body is bodying now. You know what I'm saying? It's giving like she might have had a little BBL work. You know what I'm saying?
Now
You
them
know,
babies be sitting on you, and
yeah.
that gut turning to butt.
Next thing, she was like this. Next thing you know, she was like this with a curve, right? And that was like, oh, is that really Kiki? You know what I'm saying?
The
Everybody,
same thing
Louise,
happened to Erica Badu, though. Remember, Erica Badu was not that thick
exactly.
before she had her kid. Now she
Louise,
was.
I just got a little bit
I
of
do got
pushback.
real thick after she
Uh,
had the kids.
You know what I'm saying?
Luis, I
So
got a little,
now,
I got a little bit
let
of
me just
pushback, and maybe you can elaborate a little bit.
let me just land
But
this one point. I
okay,
think that she's probably feeling herself because she's
Yeah.
probably not gotten this level of attention from men probably before compared to now, and sort of she's kind of basking in the moment.
Mhm.
That's my observation. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of seeing her, the arc of her, right, from being a Disney kid to this moment in time, being
Just
in the
how she
spotlight.
speaks in interviews, she seems like a very
Yeah,
uplifting individual, not a bad person at all.
she's kind of evolved. I mean, look, I mean the dress. For me, I was like, I would like to you able to wear that out with me, but I mean, I think that he didn't have so much of an issue with the dress. I think he had more of an issue about her performance on stage and how she, tried to grow onto Usher. Although it didn't look that way, but who's to say? But go ahead,
Let
Abe.
yeah,
Let me say
I
this
just
real
got,
fast, and I'm gonna let you go, AP. I had an opportunity to look at the video from a fan's place, and it gave me a different perspective on it. Because when you see it close up like that, you don't get a full picture. So what I saw from the fans is that she was just in a section on by the stage, right? And Usher saw her. And so, of course, Kiki, at this point, the light is on her, the camera is on her, the big screen is on her. You're not going to sit there and not dance to Usher's song and put on a performance because it's like a live show. You're like, and then it's like, people are watching you. You're on this big screen. How would it look to just sit there and just be like, she's an actress. So
so
that's just my opinion.
just a quick question, Luis, because I kind of have a little bit of a problem with the way you kind of painted the man in the situation, mainly because you pointed out maybe he did propose and maybe she doesn't feel like he was the right one. But how many guys actually stick around once they propose and she say hell no? Secondly, you were talking about her carrying the financial load and him acquiescing because of that. I'm not saying some men don't do that, but I would say in a general sense, as a man, you would still expect respect. So I don't. I'm just curious. Were you just making more like a general, like a general broad statement, or were you just kind of saying some hypotheticals about what could be going on and what
It
could
was
have
more
gone
of a
on?
hypothetical of
It's
what could
hypothetical.
be going on. You know what I'm
But
saying?
this
Okay.
is
Like people don't
allegedly. We don't
like
know.
like
Everything is
again, like we're
allegedly.
making a lot of assumptions and we're coloring between the lines, right? Because I would like to think if they've been talking and in a relationship for 5 years, I'm sure the conversation of marriage had been brought up one, two, three, four times. I'm sure they've been in and around family and friends, in the conversation about marriage and kids had been brought up. So it would behoove me not to think that this man at some point had probably proposed. And if he did, what happened? And if he didn't, like you're dropping the ball. Like, are you either you're serious to move in with her? You know what I'm saying? Move into that next chapter of your life, or you're not. And if he wants to, then I'm curious to know: did she deny his proposal? You know what I'm saying? That I'm making these assumptions, but like okay, 5 years. Like, ladies, you're in a relationship for 5 years with a guy. He doesn't give you signs that he's gonna marry you. Are you still staying?
Some women do,
Well,
especially if
Some
his
women
kids
do, and
are
some
I
involved.
women
just
don't.
looked it up, and they started dating in 2021. It says the couple have been dating since 2021, and the first child was
Is that publicly?
February of this year. So it's been 2 years basically, from this particular thing that I'm reading. But one of the things to piggyback off of what you were saying, Louise, is the fact that I actually agree with you in regards to, dang, I forgot what you said. It was something that you said, but the fact that he expressed um, the fact that he expressed what he felt
His
publicly,
grievance.
right, without necessarily having that conversation with her first. So even if he felt like he expected her to know better and not to wear something like that, I guess obviously I'm gonna assume that that was never discussed in terms of how he want that presentation to be. The fact that they're a couple, right? I'm assuming. I don't know, but based on his statement, and he said, "This is my." I'm just quoting from what the article said. "This is my family and my representation. I have standards and morals to what I believe. I rest my case." So, based on that, I'm assuming that he did not necessarily have that conversation with her directly in terms of what he felt that his family and representation represents and what those standards and morals are as it relates to her choice of clothing. One, that's the first thing. The second thing is like what you said, Louise, is that if she overstepped that and she wasn't clear on it, or whether she was, that was a conversation that they needed to have privately. And then the third thing is a contradiction in itself for me to say that you have standards and morals to what you believe when those standards and morals don't align with what your actions are, because you were comfortable enough to make her the mother of your child, but not comfortable enough to make her your wife. So, in that regard, how are your standards and the morals aligning? Because morally, if we're speaking, based on, well, I say general morality in this culture, in American culture, that is basically majority Christian based, would say that one, you shouldn't be having sex before marriage. Two, that you should be married. So there's an order to things, that you should be married, then have the kid. So you can't say you have moral standards or expectations when you're not operating in the way that you move in general. That's just my opinion.
Did anybody want to Chaos? Did you have anything to say?
Yeah. Salute to everybody on the panel. I think Kiki Palmer is a product of, and I talked about this the other night. She's a product of not going to university. She's trying to soil her royal oats, if that makes any sense, too late in life, and it's over with. She's trying to be a party girl. I mean, she should have got this out the way when she was younger, right? And for all of us who went to university, who lived on campus, let's be honest, we were doing this on campus, and what I see in her is a female who is a product of an industry that took away her childhood. And it's almost like she's in a rebellious state right now. She doesn't want to be a mother, particularly right now. And it's shameful for her age, but I can't really knock her because I know what is going on in her mind right now. So yeah.
Can I ask a quick
So it
question
was
after you,
interesting that.
Shantae?
Oh, you said what now?
Can I ask a quick question after you?
Sure. So I want to pause with what you were saying. I'm going to get deeper into that, what Chaos kind of said. But I don't think that it has anything to do with her not wanting to be a mother. Even moms hang out, unfortunately they don't have a camera on them when they're dancing with Usher. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you a question. I hope I don't, it depends on what your question is, because I don't want it to take me off the
You gonna
next.
ask me the question?
No. I wonder with Harrison's, because I don't want it to take us off of the.
Well, the question was in regards to the statement of why does his rebuke of her have to be in private when her ass is public?
Let me say this, and I'm glad you brought that up. When we saw Romeo and he did the masterpiece situation and he aired out his dirty laundry, and we said, you have to protect the legacy. Sometimes it's bigger than you. Okay. When you're married to people who are in these spaces, most people have to fill out confidentiality agreements. That's the reason why nobody knows what's going on with Jamie Foxx. You know why? Because they have confidentiality agreements. They know Brandon is everything. And that's with all of these people. So with that being said, yes, it's okay to have the issue with it, but you do not want to mess up the brand. Like whatever you do, it's never to talk against the brand, because it's bigger than you. Does that make sense? Up against the legacy. So if I'm married to somebody, he could do something so wrong, but it is my job to try to diffuse it the best way I can, not to add on to it, but to diffuse it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but
it's like public relations.
But publicly, do you think that ass being out like that was protecting the brand?
Absolutely. So I'm glad you said that, because that goes into our next. That goes into this. So I have a couple of questions for you guys. What about?
Wait, Shan, can I just say one thing
real fast?
So Remris said legacy. Her behavior says F your legacy. But my thing is, I beg to. I'm not going to say I beg to differ. Well, I do.
I want to do this first, mistake.
No. Listen, okay. He effed up his own legacy first and foremost, and the reason I say that, because right now his legacy that he's established is of bastardism. He's created a bastard child. So if you're concerned about your legacy, then you would have done what you needed to do and made her your wife, and then had the privileges of a husband to then demand how he, wants her to move in regards to what is represented in their marriage, family, and legacy. So I don't think she messed up his legacy. He started off on the wrong foot with his own legacy by creating a bastard child.
But doesn't bastard mean fatherless?
No, a bastard means having a kid out of wedlock.
Exactly.
I think they're both.
So real fast. So
Inaz is in the back.
Okay, Inaz is here. Isaiah gonna be happy if he ain't left. But real fast, he was like, "Wait, Inaz." Hey, Inaz, a little internet boyfriend. Listen, so if that is the case, if we're coming down on Kiki just because of what she wore, why was this never any smoke? Or
Jay-Z never called her out.
This last week. If we're specifically, it has nothing to do with him, because you're saying that.
Oh, no, I didn't. I said show it.
Not you, but I'm saying as a panel, we are saying that the way you dress is a representation of you. You got two most powerful Black women right there. Booty. I saw all of Beyonce booty. And why don't they get the same smoke as Kiki? Go ahead, Chaos.
I mean, I keep on saying it over and over. And this is why it's important to listen to conservatives such as myself. I've always shamed Beyonce. I've always shamed Rihanna. They are high witches of the highest order. They are promoting witchcraft and whoredom at a very high level. I think that their behavior is debaucherous, and it should be shamed at every moment. I shame females for even listening to this type of music. And when I was younger, when I used to date, I used to date a lot of females. I used to purposely play like a Sade or this, that, and the other. And then as soon as a girl wanted to listen to like a Beyonce, I would shame them. I would say, "Why do you want to listen to a whore?" Just flat out. Like, why do you want to listen to her? She's spewing out witchcraft music. All the
Allegedly,
single
we
ladies.
can't say that, and we don't know that.
It's
I mean, unless
definitely not
it
allegedly.
takes a witch to know a
I'm
witch.
sorry.
I wouldn't know that.
I'm sorry. That's my opinion, but okay. I'm sorry for giving you my opinion. Okay, go ahead.
But chaos, you can say maybe she's doing some things that are a little suspect,
But she literally is she saying, "Hey, ladies, be righteous women and dress modestly"? Like, what is she saying these things, or is she literally saying all of her music some sort of witchcraft, like to be a hoe? She literally had a song called "To All the Single Ladies." She's telling women to be single and promiscuous.
That's not what single ladies is saying. It's saying he messed up because he made you single. He didn't put a ring on it. That's not what single ladies is saying. It's not promoting singlehood. It's just saying, hey, he missed out on a good thing because he didn't want to put a ring on it.
Well, I mean, she was she was still with Jay when she made that track. So
she was right, but she wasn't talking about.
But
do y'all listen to the lyrics?
What about Naughty Girl? What about Rocket? What about Blow? What about Ego?
I'm sorry, I'm not a Beyonce fan. You lost me. I knew single ladies.
I mean, I'm just going through all of her songs. I mean, do you want to go over the lyrics of her songs?
No.
What
you say? We don't want this to make this a Beyonce hour. But Inaz, have you guys been listening, or are you just coming in? You want to wait it out?
Just coming in, but I did want to ask Chaotic a quick question. What kind of music do you choose to listen to, Chaotic?
Well, normally I listen to high class music. I listen to very classical music. I love like Mozart. I love Berlioz. Obviously Beethoven. I'm actually watching a series about I think the guy's name is Chevrolet. I can't think of the guy's name off the top of my head, but it's a black French guy from 300 years ago who was a classical composer, violinist back in the day. I listen to funk music. I also listen to I am a big, huge Sade fan to this day. But no, Beyonce is a whore. Rihanna's a whore.
So no, hang on. Before you get too far off the question that I asked, I appreciate you answering the question. I just wanted to say, I too am a fan of classical music.
Yes.
But those gentlemen as well have left a very long trail of bastards behind them. So if we're gonna call a spade, I think we need to really talk about the type of environment that certain artists create, and if we're gonna hold them accountable.
The concubines?
Oh no, ma'am. They would sleep with women and have children outside of wedlock and not take care of them because those children had rights to them because they were had outside of wedlock, which is exactly what a bastard is.
Nice.
To this point, those children are still unable to touch the legacy of their lineage because they are actual bastards. So let's really call a spade and understand that is a theme amongst musical artists, and not try to demonize people because
okay. Well, to give you a rebuttal, I had no idea about Mozart's sexual exploits. I always thought that he was but the difference between Beethoven, Mozart, Berlioz, and all these classical musicians is that their music.
Words.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you want me to go on mute for a minute, Coach K?
I just wanted to add that.
Oh,
I thought that was going to what you're saying.
No.
Words.
That actually going on mute would be really fantastic right at this point, only because
I wasn't even
it's
done.
Not the lyrics.
I was trying to give a rebuttal. I mean, I didn't. I was trying to answer the question. I guess my existence cuts you guys off. So, nevertheless, let's assume Mozart did have bastard children, which I don't know. That was 400 years ago. But what I do know is this, though. They never promoted it in their music. Whereas Beyonce has a following of 30, 40 million women on a planetary scale. So she is literally telling women to be promiscuous. Rihanna is literally telling women to be promiscuous. Mozart never promoted that. Beethoven never promoted that. And to be honest with you, I have no idea whether or not these men really had bastard children. And also, the last time I checked, God's own ordination himself said that the man could be fruitful and multiply. But nevertheless, though. But all right, go ahead.
So you seem to delineate between promoting it and utilizing it to promote or live the life that is not religious, and then brought God into it to sow your wild oats, even though God said to do it under marriage. I'm just trying to, there seem to be a lot of really conflicting ideologies in your very short statement. Could you provide just a little bit more clarity?
Well, my clarity is this. You have no facts nor evidence to substantiate your claim about Mozart, about Berlioz, about any of these classical composers. But what my facts or evidence is this. I can literally look up I can Google search any Beyonce lyric, and she's literally talking about sexual promiscuity in almost all of her songs. So that's the difference. I mean,
so if we're utilizing Google and we understand how to utilize it, we can't fact check the fact that these classical composers had a trail of bastards behind them. I'm just
okay. Well, how about this?
You're already there.
Okay. How about this then? Give me your evidence about Mozart having bastard children. Put it in the private chat.
Well, I just Googled it. It is there. He has 6 kids.
Okay.
Do we all agree, though, that it is while that is true and that should be addressed, and I think that it's a great point, because if we're going to bring it all to the table, we should talk about how these composers are not innocent. However, it is slightly different if we're looking at music, which I don't even know how we got here per se, but it is different in terms of music has no lyrics, but then music that does talk about certain things. I'm not saying that because Mozart doesn't have lyrics that totally negates his wrongdoings, his activities, but I do think we should at least acknowledge that the music is different. Is that fair?
Can I ask you a question though? Let's be honest. And I'm listening to you, Coach K. Trust me, I am. And happy White History Month to you as well. People aren't having promiscuous sex listening to Mozart and having children outside of wedlock.
They may.
They may. No, they may, Shan. You
like that classical guy. Did you see? Wasn't 50 Shades of Grey? That was classical music, right? In the background.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Get it in.
Let's be honest.
That was fantasy, by the way. Okay.
People are making.
Gotta be guys out there like
people
that.
Are making. Let's be honest. Children are being bred to Beyonce lyrics. Let's be honest.
Are they really?
Come on, outside
Put
of
that Beyonce on. Who does that?
Well, yeah, they put that partition on. That's what they do. Some Beyonce. They about ready to go ahead.
I've never had sex to Mozart, but I've had
So
you was listening to Beyonce on record.
Not Beyonce. No.
So you think babies aren't being made to Sade? I'm just curious.
You're okay, but hear me out though. That might be true. I agree with you on that. I've had a lot of. I'm pretty sure we've all had a lot of sex to Sade, but Sade her aura is different from Beyonce. Oh, okay. I guess it's not. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I guess it's not. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Marky Mark.
So I just want to add this. Lik Mik Im Arsh. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but it translates to lick me in the ass. was one of Mozart's published works. Bona Nox, which is give them so so he does have some just the title alone. Granted, it's musically inclined, so it's not gonna have the same lyrics. But I don't know. Maybe he was doing the Pornhub intro before Pornhub for an entire song.
Watch the notes like spell out some really nasty stuff or something.
Well, can I add something
Get
right
here.
quick?
Okay, go ahead, Harris. I did not have a question. Go ahead.
So I used to take music lit when I went to school, right? And it radically changed my perspective because we had to go through the Baroque period, romanticism, like all you had to go through all the periods of music. And here's what dramatically changed my thought process on music and why I changed my music selection significantly. Um, most of the music that started, it started in the church, right? And a lot of the music that they had in the church, it was to get you to do certain things throughout the service. Same thing in the today. When you're in the military, there are certain songs that's played for you to do something. As far as get up, in your car, when you turn your car on and make certain noises. Music has always been designed to get you to do something. So I agree that there are some contradictory statements that Chaotic is making. However, the overall point that he's saying that music is designed to get you to do something. And if you're not listening to these lyrics, you could be falling into the very things that you say that you don't agree with, which is why to this day, a lot of people will sit here and say that a lot of people will say that what women say and what women do is two different things. They want to be respected as XYZ, but it's hard for us to tell the difference when you co-sign the behavior that you don't agree with and you out here listening to the stuff that you don't agree with. So it makes it pretty hard for anybody to realistically believe you are doing what you're talking about when you listening and promoting and purchasing and putting your own money to the things that's destroying your communities. So I don't always agree
That's
with.
weird to me. So because I know that when it comes to rap music, are you out doing the things that rappers say that they're doing? Just
Yeah,
because you listen
you
to
might
it?
not
I don't listen to the
necessarily.
music, but I
Some
know that
people,
it's
well,
very graphic, and I would hope that most people aren't doing the things that they listen to on the radio for the most part.
do you not think that when they started talking about drugs like Percocet and Molly, that kids won't out here doing it?
Oh, well, we're not talking about kids. You said in a
I'm talking about
general as
adults too.
women. Oh,
We
right.
talking about
You,
lean. We
but
talking
your
about
It's
Hennessy.
statement,
both.
but your statement wasn't some, because we can all agree that some are very impressionable, especially children. Your statement was it becomes with women in general,
I was talking
as
about specifically
if men
what he's
don't
saying.
listen to inappropriate music.
Well, what my original statement was is that you have to understand that music it has was since the beginning of time. Music was created to get you to do something.
Mhm.
Maybe to get up, stand up, cut this off, cut this off. Like music was designed for a purpose. That don't mean that you're going to do the purpose, but it was designed for a specific purpose. And I believe, like, if you listen to any lyrics from most of the women that you see in the mainstream, the messaging and the ideas that there's being said, some of those women don't even agree with. Like even Beyonce, if he cheat, leave him. But yet she's still with Jay-Z. So it's like I agree with Inaz that if you look at Mozart, he might not had specific lyrics that told you to do something, but his lifestyle showed you something else. I can agree with that. But however, that's not to discredit the fact that your music was designed for a purpose and it might be telling you to do something that you would say that you don't agree with, but you promote it, you play it, you support it with your money, and you spend time defending other people that do the same behavior that you know is an issue.
But I
So
think that it's safe to say that's all music. It's not specifically women's music. It's
You can make that argument. I'm fine with that, but my original statement was is that you have to
I'm
understand
sorry, that's my
that,
son.
okay, I'm just saying my original argument is that you have to understand all music is designed to get you to do something. And you should be careful what it is, or you should listen to what it is that this music is wanting you to do. That's all I'm saying.
so I just wanted to ask because Shane asked a question that at least I didn't necessarily hear the answer to. So I'm gonna maybe restate it again. What difference does it make in terms of the rap music that created division amongst men and women that men listen to that is not as problematic as the pop and R&B that these women promote? That
We're not arguing how problematic or not
no.
problematic it is.
So the way that you had stated it was that this music is to create a divide that these women are listening to, and then it's promoting something. It's promoting women to move in a way that may necessarily be against their better interest, right? That was your stance. So when Shane asked, well, okay, we can understand that when it comes to what these women are talking about, but how come we don't have the same smoke that comes for rap music that talks about dog walking women, that talks about running through these women, that talks about sleeping with wives, that talks about all of these like very degrading things that women also listen to, and we don't carry the same smoke for them the way that we do the Keke Palmers, the Rihannas, the Beyoncés. So
I
there
don't
just needs
agree.
to be a disparity in terms of how much pushback we have for the music that's catered to women versus the music that's catered to men.
Well, I think personally that's election bias, because there was definitely hearings about just having guns in songs. They had parental advisory to be like, yo, listen, don't listen to this just because in the mainstream. And plus, you got to understand, women spend way more money than men do, and they're way more impressionable. The reason why
That's a
a lot
lie.
of these women, the
That's
reason why a lot of these women got
a lie.
the same hairstyles, they be talking to the same guys, they be asking for the same things.
That's a lie.
Women are seem like they're more followers than men. And I'm not going to argue with you that the music that brothers be listening to be a problem. That's the reason why a lot of them drink. A lot of them have sex with a whole bunch of women. They don't take care of some of their responsibilities. They do whatever they want to. They love to say they're going to have sex with this woman and this woman and that woman. I'm not arguing that it's still not a problem. What I'm saying is if you're going to listen to something, whether it's a person telling you to do something or it's a piece of music, it's designed to get you to do something. That's the reason why the most profitable songs are the songs that have dances in them. You got Lean Back, you got the Soldier Boy. These songs pale in comparison to the amount of money that a lot of these other more exciting songs or message-driven songs would be. But the reason why they're so popular and they make so much money is because it's clear message of getting you to do something. You got the wobble, the electric slide, you got the cha-cha slide, you got a whole bunch of line dances. These things are popular because it's clear what it is they want you to do. They want you to get up and dance. Clear.
You know what? Let me just shut up. Let me just shut up. We may get into it later. Go ahead, Chaos.
I'll pass. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay, my question was, do you think that we can be a little biased at times? And the reason why is because maybe we don't look at Beyonce the same way. Is because maybe we look at her as the bougie, like she just looks a little different when she does it. And let me give you some points, some you know. So when we look at something like this, we may, and bless it, if Lord Jesus, this is your sister, somebody in these pictures, I apologize. I just got it from the internet. If we look at something like this, we look at it as a bad thing. This is like just four women having fun, right? But if
that's Freaknik right there.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Ain't nothing okay about this.
What? Oh my goodness! One picture is not.
I think it would be better if they look better, but they don't look good.
Maybe
and they look like this. This is
right.
not
But do we get the same smoke when it comes to?
I mean,
but
Shan,
what I'm starting to think.
let me answer
finish
that question.
Let me finish talking.
Okay, because I'll answer that question.
So, do we give a pass?
Shan,
to listen to what I'm saying.
Let me be first to answer that question.
Chaos. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
Do we give a pass to what we would consider as chaos, the college educate? Like, oh, that's just college students doing what they do, you know, and they can be doing the exact same thing.
Can I give a pat? Can I answer this one first?
Go ahead.
You showed a very unique dynamic
I could find.
You showed 4. I gotta say
They were
this.
fully dressed.
Give me a second. You showed 4 out of shape, unattractive Aunt Jemimas versus beautiful
I
white
rebuke that.
girls. Let's be honest.
I rebuke it.
Let's
What
be
I'm
honest.
saying is,
But let's be
what-
honest.
No.
Let's be honest. We
I'm
are
not doing it.
animals. I don't know if you believe this, but I believe that I'm an animal. You literally showed us. You could have showed 4 beautiful thin black girls, but you literally did this for a reason. You picked a picture
It was
of
the
4
picture.
ratchet.
Listen.
Shan,
It doesn't matter. Look,
Shan,
people can't.
Shan.
Look, let me tell you this.
Are
Let
you
me
gonna?
tell
You
this.
ask a question, then you don't want me to
but
answer.
you
Okay.
just answer the question.
I wasn't done.
You put them in a class.
They
you don't
are
even
in a
know
class.
These women. No, you don't even know these women.
They look like
And
Harriet
it
Tubman. I
doesn't-
don't want.
yes.
Listen, they're not attractive. You show 4 out of shape, busted pop bottle females versus beautiful 20-year-old white college girls. Are you out of your mind, Shan? Of course, the
We are
male
talking about the behavior.
It doesn't matter. They're attractive. They have pretty bitch privilege.
So
Whether they're black or
saying-
white, they have
so
pretty.
you're basically saying that only if you're privileged, you should have
pretty
privileges.
thin. Yes. Let's be honest. And then they're white, pretty little 20-year-olds.
That wasn't all white. There was a black girl and a black guy in that picture.
I didn't notice the black girl, but if she wasn't there,
I did.
so be it. Okay. But what I'm saying is that you're showing pretty people versus, let's be honest. Come on, ratchets. Come
That's
on.
not fair, though.
It's not fair, Shan. Have you ever dated a midget?
No.
Would you ever
But
date a
I'm not
midget?
gonna
Well,
protest
that's not
them
fair
being-
either.
I'm
That's
not
not
gonna
fair.
protest them being, having fun. People can't just have fun.
Man.
The appropriate term is small person, not midget.
See,
Yes, it's
Mistaken-
dwarf. I'm sorry. I'm
Hopefully
glad
you
you
saw my
caught that.
comment. Mistaken gave out homework to our incoming fall class.
You guys are
So
full
if we
of.
can,
Shan, you know
if we could
goddamn
just
well you
move
did this on
past
purpose.
chaotic.
Listen,
I've-
every dude on the panel can see the difference. Come on, let's be
So
honest.
to answer your question, Shan, I think there is a certain amount of respectability politics that do exist for people who don't have pretty privilege, right? I think if you don't look a certain way, then the behavior is shamed even more so, right? It's not to say people who don't look beautiful are not shamed for certain behaviors that society wants to pretend it does not like, even though it still promotes it at the same time, right? That being said, in this scenario, when we're comparing the Keke Palmers to Rihanna to Beyonce, right? We still, outside of income and the amount of reach that they have, are women who roughly sit in the same class, right? When it comes to their looks, especially now that his body looks the way that it does post baby, right? We classify those women the same, but to your point, we don't look at Beyonce the same way that we look at everybody else. And the one thing that I would say that differentiates that is there seems to be an illusion where Jay-Z seems to be okay with it, whereas the rest of these men don't. And I think that's really where the conversation starts of, is that man okay with that behavior? If he is, everybody seems to be fairly cool with it, right? If he's not okay with it, that's really when people start to jump in arms.
I agree with that.
I think the
Actually.
only real difference is the fact that we can see celebrities more often than we tend to look at regular people. Because if it was the case that we only paid attention to women that are really pretty and got a lot of money, then there wouldn't be hundreds of videos, hundreds and thousands and millions of views watching other ratchet stuff online critiquing these people. We pay attention to Beyonce and we pay attention to Meg Thee Stallion. We pay attention to these really pretty, famous women because we can see them. And then also, we look at their lives and we look at their lyrics. Beyonce, she out here promoting singleness in some people's eyes. when she herself is not single. The whole thing about the reason why a lot of brothers is upset about Keke Palmer is not because she's a attractive woman, but because she supposedly got a man. And this is how she is presenting him. So sometimes it's not about this woman's status. It's not about how, well, it is kind of how beautiful she is. But most of the time, a lot of us is going to have an issue. If you're supposed to be with a man and this is how you present yourself, a brother is going to have an issue with it. Simple as that. Whether he married to you or not, if he is somehow linked to you, and if he's a man that actually has some class and actually care about his image, he gonna have a problem with it.
Can I point out something real quick?
Sorry, I was texting JR when you did that. I'm sorry for the gap. Yes, go ahead. Please give me a little bit.
I also want to point out that low key Shan is a colorist. Because truth be told, she chose a picture for a dark-skinned woman. I just want to point that out real quick. See, I see through Shan's BS, but I'm gonna go on mute.
You know, I've actually done some thinking on this. I think the men get more backlash than the women, and this is why I say that. When Sierra was out with whatever picture and she was doing the model thing, who did the men come after? Russell. They went after Russell. When Keke did just this recent thing, the men people went after him because of his response to how he handled that situation. The women typically, I won't even say typically because some of y'all be on their necks, but they will typically get a pass if they have a man. It's when they don't have a man is when they also catch the backlash, which is why Keke is catching backlash because she ain't married. So they both actually caught this particular backlash, but the reason you don't see that with Jay-Z and Beyonce is we all know who Jay is. We know the kind of man that Jay is, and he doesn't give a damn.
Right.
So why would you waste your breath trying to? Jay-Z needs to hold Beyonce accountable for what the hell she had on.
Y'all be selective. Y'all be selective. So I believe y'all be.
No, if he was an upstanding man, I assure you, some of that shit, men would say, "Yo, you say you're this, but you're not holding your woman to the standard." Nah, bro.
I think it's
that's how men move. In my opinion,
as men, you guys think Russell Simmons is not Russell Simmons. What's his name? Russell, whatever. Y'all call him a simp. Russell Wilson. Y'all consider him a simp. Y'all don't necessarily consider Jay-Z a simp. When you look at the situation, both Sierra and Beyonce are married. Nobody came after Jay-Z the way that they came after Russell. And I think it has everything to do with the perception that you as men have of each of them as a husband.
No.
I think maybe look, let me tell y'all this.
Y'all like Beyonce.
No.
So y'all look at it.
Well, this is the thing about it.
Sierra had a kid.
Y'all consider him a simp. And y'all say that she runs the relationship, she doesn't. So then that's why y'all came at her like that.
No.
If the issue is presentation and being respectful to your husband or your significant other in the way that you carry yourself, everybody should have got the same smoke across the board. From Keke to Beyonce to Sierra.
Mistaken.
All of them had their behinds out. So nobody should have been treated any different when it comes to that, because based on your standards, they were all disrespectful to their husbands and their relationship.
Mistaken. No. Russell Wilson is a future Hall of Famer. He has a rocket for an arm. He chose a baby mama. That's why we give him smoke. He could have had any woman on the planet. Why did he choose Sierra? This dude
who had a baby by Future.
He's the epitome of an alpha male. He could have had any chick. He chose a baby mama. That's why we give him smoke. That's why. Go ahead, Shan. Go ahead.
So
Okay, so this is the most. I'm starting to believe that none of these things make sense because it's either you think it's distasteful or you don't. It doesn't matter what man is attached to it. The fact of the matter is, should she have her ass out or should she not? I'm a little
No.
confused. You know what I'm saying?
You should not
Oh, okay.
at all.
So
Any
that
age,
was a little confusing.
any year. No.
You know, only some asses, some not. No ass. You know, I'm confused. It's just very confusing.
They're adding additional stipulations to the judgment. If we're saying that the behavior itself is not appropriate behavior, it doesn't matter if Sierra had a child that that Russell Simmons married
Russell
Sierra.
Wilson.
I'm sorry, Russell Wilson married Sierra because she had a child, even though he had access to whatever woman he wanted. You are moving the goalposts when you focus on that, because the argument was being respectful to the relationship by not showing your booty cheeks. So in each one of those situations, all of the women were showing their booty cheeks. So you can't say it's okay for Beyonce based on the husband, based on Jay-Z, and then say it's not okay for Sierra because Russell ended up marrying her and she was a baby
Ma'am.
mama.
Yeah, but the
But let me
thing
ask you a
about-
question.
but the
Hold on.
thing
So
about
can I
Russell
real fast?
is that
Have anything, hold on. None of those extra things have anything to do with the argument at hand,
Yes, they
which
do.
was specifically the girls showing their asses and they're married or in a relationship.
Beyonce is an entertainer. She is a alpha.
So is Kiki.
No, Sierra. No,
So
stop
is
it.
Sierra.
Sierra is a
Sierra been
B.
popping it since '91.
Shan. Sierra is a B-list singer. She is being taken
She's
care of by
still a
Russell.
celebrity, regardless of what letter
She
of the alphabet
doesn't
you
have
give her.
The difference between her and Beyonce is Beyonce's character. Beyonce is an alpha entertainer. She is at the pinnacle. She has to do that. The thing is, Sierra doesn't
She
have
doesn't.
to.
That's the thing that separates an alpha entertainer. She is able to make whatever choices she wants without any slack. I would say that Sierra would be more likely the one that would need to. If you're saying she's a B-lister, she would need to show her behind more
being
so than
taken
Beyonce.
care of. You don't need. Listen, I'm taking care of you. You ain't shaking your ass for nobody. That's what Russell should have said to her.
I think Russell probably
I have
was
a
holding the
$340
camera.
million contract. You don't.
He was probably the one holding the camera. We don't even know how this dynamic is going.
But
He
what I'm
probably was like,
saying
"Get
is
it, baby."
that Russell should have told her, listen, you're doing like mom and pop little coffee shop singing gigs. You ain't doing that stuff no more. That's what he should have told her. Come on, why are we playing here? Who Keke Palmer too? Who is she? Akilah and the Bee was a good movie. Okay.
See, this is the thing about it. Like
Y'all gonna get our baby mamas.
Like, the reason why, into Chaotic's point, the reason why a lot of men feel a certain type of way that Russell ended up, selecting Sierra when he could have had any woman. It goes a little bit deeper than that, because it sets a precedent in a lot of other men's mind to think that this is the move to make. And I'll give you an example of that. Zion Williamson right now is going through the same bullshit, entertaining. I don't understand what these dudes. Why you gotta go get a porn star? Why you gotta go get
So
an
we
OnlyFans
saying Sierra's
star?
a porn star?
I am saying that a lot of there has been a precedent set that it is okay to go down when you have reached this level of success or this pinnacle of your career in life, to deal with somebody that is way below your social economic threshold, your intelligent economic threshold, and your image threshold, right? And sort of that we're trying to raise the level of excellence, and we don't want men to choose less, because we then create this idea like, I want to wrestle too. What those women were saying, essentially, when a lot of them said that, when Russell Wilson came out dating Sierra, and a lot of women were championing it, is that I want a Russell Wilson too. But in reality, is you want a Russell Wilson now because you've already made a couple bad choices. A Russell Wilson was already in your DMs way before the actual Russell Wilson was seen with Sierra. And sort of now it's this like absent mind of like, okay, now I want to kind of turn the tide of the ship now that things are going in the other way. I think it's all about setting the precedent for the image of what excellence looks like and what men should strive for.
So let me ask you a question. So are you
That was
saying
bar.
that? So are you? Do you think that this community has more Russell Simmons as far as the intellect goes?
Russell Simmons.
Russell Wilson.
Russell Williams.
Wilson.
Wilson.
And Louise, by the way, before you reply, I agree with about
I-
90% of what you said. Good point.
I have this is twofold. Okay, because Bezos is married to a single mom, a mother. His wife has kids. Bill Gates' girlfriend are we better than them? And I get what you're saying. But what ends up happening is we are so I know what you're saying. We want Black excellence, okay? And you're saying men who are like Russell Williams, who is like the poster child, shouldn't date these other people.
Wilson.
Wilson, the poster child,
Thank you,
shouldn't
AP.
date
Thank
these
you.
other
Good thing.
people. But do you think to make that mark? Do you think a lot of people, taking away him being an NFL player, a lot of people are Russell Wilsons, the men?
So I want to answer this, right? Because this selective perspective of Russell Wilson, I think, is really interesting. Before I say that, though, I know Shannon Mistaken, y'all are teachers, and for all of the decorum chaotic screams about, he's definitely acting like an ill-behaved child in class tonight. But past that point, I think it's interesting that we give Russell Wilson so much flack for choosing a baby mama, right? However, he is one of the only Black celebrities that has left a white woman to be and build a family with a Black woman. Instead of celebrating that, we sit here and say, oh no, she made a mistake, therefore she's never going to be redeemable. Like, is that the message that we're choosing to acknowledge in this world, that if somebody makes a mistake and they no longer want to live in that mistake, that's it, you are doomed to sit in that mistake for the rest of your life? Or are we asking people to be better so that they can do better? Like, I get that. Hey, 1 second. So I get that.
Yeah.
Like, we're not trying to promote this idea of women who continuously engage in bad behavior to just expect that somebody's going to come and clean up their mess behind them, right? I understand that. However, when we're looking at somebody who is in the entertainment industry, who there is that expectation that she show her body and conduct herself a certain way in order to make money, right? He understood that and still chose her. And unlike Keke Palmer's baby daddy, has not actually spoken out about it, has decided to okay himself in that behavior. Like, we're really going to shame him for building a Black family, repairing a Black family for a woman who has not cheated on him, who has not actually done wrong by him, except by societal standards. He has never come out and said that he has an issue with the way that she's moving. So instead of respecting his decision and the fact that he is doing right by somebody who has chosen to do better with her life, we're saying he's wrong for it. And all of you other women that have made this mistake, you are no longer allowed to do better in life and have to just sit in your consequences for the rest of your life.
Ladies, there's a Russell Wilson right now in your DMs, whether it's on
800 of them.
YouTube, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on IG, Facebook, whatever social platform there is. I promise you, ladies, there is a Russell Wilson like type of character in your DMs. He might not throw a football, but he's sure probably excellent in some other area. Maybe he's a board director or whatever the case is. I promise you, there is a Russell Wilson in your DMs. But the reason why you do not open that DM and it stays within the request folder is because he does not sexually intrigue you at all. So let's be very clear what we're talking about. We're talking about a seasoned woman who has gone through trials and tribulations and has now realized, like, damn, I fucked up. I probably should have did this. You know what I'm saying? But she won't come out and say that and tell women that same exact story. So we just let the aura and the perception kind of live.
Can I just say something that Lewis, you had spoke on before this comment that you made, but you had said something about like the behavior being associated with like lower class or something like that. Just listen.
I don't want to
Chan, I know
not
what you're saying.
okay.
I know it has not.
Okay.
Just let me say this. So my point with what you just said is if you consider that behavior to be lower class, right? If we associate that type of behavior, showing your booty cheeks and all of that, to be a lower class, then would we not expect Beyonce to not be showing her booty cheeks if she's supposed to be of the upper echelon? So for me, what I'm saying is you cannot change, like if you're saying that the behavior itself, in and of itself, when you're in a relationship, that you should not be showing your booty cheeks. Some of y'all even said that you just shouldn't, as a woman, you just shouldn't be doing that at all across the board.
Well, when I was
But,
making,
but you said something about class,
no. When
and
I
so
said that, when I made that comparison, talking about educational threshold, socioeconomic in class, I was referring to Zion Williams specifically. I wasn't speaking to the Kiki Palmer situation.
okay,
Again,
I'm
like
sorry,
I
I don't
said,
know who Zion Williams is.
he's the like third year basketball player in the league, plays for the
Okay.
Pelicans. I was referring to his behavior of someone who is a rare, talented specimen, allow himself to align with people who are not heading in the direction that he is going, who are not that type of people that you either want to take serious, marry, or any of that stuff. That was more of what I was speaking about. You know what I'm saying? And the whole Brittany Renner situation is another classic example because that's another example that we could lean into where their family should have like blocked that. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? If we're trying to produce the next high caliber of men and set a good precedent for other men to follow, then we have to gatekeep certain behaviors by certain men, and they
So,
have to show the standard.
so like Trigger might talk about this concept all the time. When I think he brought it up in reference to things that men allow in relationships, and when it really becomes a problem, it's perceived dominance, right? So he was saying that he think men would stay as long as there was no threat to their perceived dominance. I think the issue with like Russell Wilson was some of the other men that catch all the slack on the internet, right? Outside of us just not agreeing with the behavior, it's also that there's no perceived dominance, so it belittles them as a man in our eyes. Like they don't seem to be like stand up men. Like Beyonce could walk around naked, but Jay-Z so much the man and that like shit, he allowed it. But it don't seem like the other guys have enough wherewithal or respect within a relationship that they could stop it if they wanted to. Like I believe Jay could stop Beyonce from wearing the clothes if he really wanted to. I don't think Kiki boyfriend could stop her from doing it. Because if he could, he wouldn't have went to the internet. He would have spoke directly to her and put an end to that shit. You know what I'm saying? And with Russell
It's
Wilson,
a power dynamic.
working at gas stations. But Future could be like, man, sit your ass down. And she gonna sit her ass down. And I think we read that energy off of them. So as men, we look at them like, y'all, you're not him. No matter how much money you got, no matter what your position is, you don't elicit from us the response. We like, buddy got his shit together and that family is intact or it's moving at the beat of his own drum. It seemed like they either making music together or she leading him. And men in general don't typically tend to respect men who get ran by their women.
Yeah, I want to add something real quick. Something that Ina said. I don't think that it's an issue that women want better after they made mistakes, because we would want you to make more reasonable decisions, right? But I'm gonna use an extreme example to try to make some sense. If you get a felony, you can want to do certain things, but some things come and follow you even though you are doing better. You might not be making the same bad decisions, but some things carry over. The simple fact in the case of Russell Wilson, a lot of people just personally don't like Russell. They think he's a square. They don't think he's that funny. They don't think he's that cool. Women like him because he got money. He seemed respectable and this, that, and the third. But I agree with Marcus that he don't seem like that dude does. His own football teams don't like him either. Like you see how they talk about him and how they dog him and this, that, and the third. Some of them might show him love and respect, but he's made some enemies from men. And then you got his woman out here who had a baby by Future, who got other babies by other women, Future. And then, like the brothers are also saying, like, okay, you can have better, but sometimes how you get better or it judges you. That's the reason why y'all ladies obviously don't know sports references. There are certain people in the NBA, no matter how many rings they got, if they don't get them a certain way, they don't get no respect. A lot of people do not respect people like Kevin Durant because of how he got his rings and who he got his rings with. But they will respect Michael Jordan, even though he had help. That he got 6 rings, he that dog, and he out here getting it. So listen,
So it's
I
kind of like a
agree
hood
with
credit thing.
I agree with the women as far as if it's bad behavior, it's bad behavior. I agree. I agree with that 100%.
Go
However,
ahead, Ina.
Yeah.
Go.
So here's, I guess, like, I hear what you're trying to say, Harrison, and here's, and I'm gonna go point by point, right? Here's my contention with your statement, right? When you're talking about felonies, right? Because of the way that people who have felonies are treated in North America, both in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, um, it actually causes them to reoffend. We don't treat them with enough grace that they have options to make a better life for themselves without putting themselves in circumstances to reoffend, right? So that further emphasizes my point about people making mistakes and the way they're treated behind that mistake. I get what you're saying and I love the reference. Unfortunately, I think it just proved my point and not necessarily the point that you were trying to make.
Yeah, but if we're
Here's,
making the
So
oh, sorry, I'll let you land.
thank
we're
you.
gonna sum this up a little bit. We're gonna keep you go
Yeah,
ahead.
no problem. I won't take too long, right? And I am somebody who does understand sports references. So your point about people who are respected for the way they get a ring, I don't know anybody who has more contested rings than what's his name?
Robert Horry. Robert Horry.
No, the former Patriots, Tom Brady. Tom
Oh,
Brady has the most contested rings, and yet he is still considered the GOAT. And nobody really, like, people will have conversations about that, and yet he is still respected for each and every single one of those rings, even though the
no,
majority of his
he
rings are
only
contested.
contested
earned
for
his
2
ring.
Hold on
rings.
one
5
second.
of them, they leave him alone.
Sir, I did not interrupt you. I would really appreciate some reciprocity. Thank you. Um, the last thing, right? Like when we're talking about these situations, we talk about them as if there's some sort of vacuum, as if there isn't all of these other factors that exist. These are human beings with a whole life, right? Especially when we're talking about celebrities, we only see one aspect of their lives. And yet we're applying what we see from them onto regular people as if those people too don't have these entire lives, that there aren't factors that get into like why these people make the decisions that they do. And instead of trying to guide these people, we sit here and we tell them, you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong, you're doing it wrong, and you don't deserve any better. Like I think it's so ridiculous, because how do people get themselves out of that? If we're going to say you are condemned to these circumstances as if it's a felony, and felons are often recommit, how do we guide people to just do better and be better?
Can I respond after Louise?
Real fast, but y'all got 5 minutes.
Yeah. When we're making this comparison, we have to also understand is that I get your point with the inmates reoffending in society not given enough grace and things like that. But however, if we're comparing men who do these types of things and the hardship that they go through with society and how they're judged, labeled, and viewed is a lot harsher than what single mothers goes through. There's a safety net there. There's all these social programs. You know what I'm saying? The state will always take care of you. So I mean, I don't. There isn't any of these types of incentives or programs for men, so it's really not the same in that
So
regard.
are
But
you
I get the point that you're making.
so are you saying that the state takes care of all single moms?
I said that there are social programs there for women who have children that who need them, and sort of
Oh,
whether it's housing, whether it's food, whatever the
so
case.
yeah, but let's just be that comes with a certain income. So if you make
Yeah,
over $10,000 a year, you're probably not qualified.
Well, I would like to correct that because the social programs aren't for the women. It is for the parent with the child. So men also have the option of also utilizing those services if they are the primary parent taking care of that child. Now,
yeah.
whether or not they access them is something different, but is not just for women. It's for whichever parent has the child and need the additional support.
I mean, I'm 37 years old. I've walked all throughout this country. I have not seen one man on that program.
So
I,
you've
I,
gone to you. So
Me
you
personally, I
know.
I
have.
have personally not come across
Well,
a
that's what I'm saying.
man.
Personally, I have. But what I'm saying is just because you haven't, that doesn't mean that it's not available to them. It's on them to whether or not they take advantage of it. A lot of men don't. So you can't get upset at one group who will take advantage of a system that's available to them to give help with them being a single parent versus the men who won't take advantage of a system that is there for them. Not only do they may not take advantage of the social services that are available, but a lot of times they won't necessarily take the parent, take the mom to court for child support. And then, you know what I'm saying? So it's not that those things are not available. It's whether or not that you access those things.
And I'm gonna be
That's
honest
all
with
I'm saying.
you, Louise, real fast. I don't know any women, even if they are a single mom, who has access to those. You know why? Because they're just not in my circle, and I'm sure that those men are just not in your circle. So even if they were single fathers, their incomes, because I'm pretty sure you have a circle of friends who are probably just like you, who make the same amount of money as you, so they probably wouldn't be qualified. It's probably safe to say you don't hang around people who will be qualified for those services. Do you understand? You understand what I'm saying?
No, I follow that. I mean, I
Okay.
just not.
Um,
You
Yes,
walked
but
into that one,
can I
bro.
address Nas real quick? Okay,
Really, no,
so
because we never gonna move on. 2 seconds.
thank you. So I agree. Like I said, I agree with you 100%. People should be able to make wiser decisions after they made terrible decisions. But even if you add the added element of you have a child from another person, right? Whether you're a man or a woman. Now, what you have introduced, even though you're making better decisions and choosing better men, right? You may have the damage from the previous person, right? And then if that person's in that child's life, now you have to accommodate a whole nother other person, right? Who may have access to your relationship because of that child. Or say, for instance, that child doesn't have a active other parent, right? Then most people are going to want to care for that kid. They're going to want to take care of that kid financially and stuff like that. So even though you are getting better and you're making more wiser decisions, there's still a weight that comes with those bad decisions. Like, even if you wanted to use an example of something as simple as you being overweight, if you're overweight, right, and you marry a person, right, this person is going to probably accrue extra health conditions. Now, granted, you can be skinnier and still get health conditions, but you may increase your chances of certain health conditions because of your personal health condition. And you're going to have to pay the price of that. So even though it's like, well, I learned from my ways and now I done got this size and now I'm going to address it, there are going to be growing pains that you have to address over time because of these things that you have picked up along the way. Yes, make better decisions, but that don't mean that they don't have a weight as you continue to move forward.
Okay. Did anybody else want to add to what he was saying? Okay, let's get to these super chats real fast. Um,
Okay, Marcus Evans, $5. Y'all do realize that Shan moved the goalposts.
Yes, it's my show, so I can ask whatever question I like. That's the great part about it. The host. It's gonna be moving to another city. I'm so country.
All right, Marcus Evans, Lil Kim, Foxy Brown, Trina, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, and Megan Thee Stallion rap about sex. No pushback.
We're gonna get to this in a second.
They get pushed
okay?
back all the time.
We
do.
know you do, but
They get
we're gonna
pushed
see.
back
We're gonna
They
have a
do.
discussion about that. Give us a second.
Snuggles 668, $4.99. Drop the link. And are you people saying when it's white, it's right?
Only
No.
chaotic is.
No, that's chaotic. Yeah, play so hard. She don't know chaos.
Marcus Evans, $2. Not all women are pretty. Stop the cap, Shan.
Did I say all women are pretty? I don't think I ever said that.
You know that picture
But
you
thank
put
you
up
for the
there.
super chats, Marcus.
Marcus Evans, $2. Jay-Z is not a simp.
But why is JC not a simp? Y'all gotta stop with these hood definitions of
Because
what
he
is a
cheated
simp
on
and what's
Beyonce.
not. It is so just
He's not a simp because he cheated on Beyonce.
because Russell Wilson came from
And
a
Russell
two-parent household.
Russell
He got no
Wilson
credit.
is committed and won't step outside of his relationship, so he's a simp. Okay. Marcus Evans, $2. Talk to him, Lewis.
But I appreciate the super chats, Marcus.
Team Fatty became a YouTube member. Woo!
Team Fatty!
Marcus Evans, $5. I'm starting to believe that women love defending other women's
We
bad
did not.
behavior.
We
I
told you that
wonder
was
why
tactful.
that is.
We said that was not tactful, what she did. You don't get me on that.
Black Lexicon. Black Lexicon became a YouTube member. Woo!
Woo!
You've been here for a minute, Black Lexicon. Thank you.
He said he had to try it out.
out.
He tried out before he paid for it. I know that's right. Okay, so
This is a great example of what men do. They try him out first before they commit. Appreciate the commitment.
they try the hell out of it. That shirt be dingy and everything.
Thank
She
you for
was
wow.
Okay, listen. So, look, please do not get offended at anything that takes place from this point on. We are just having an honest conversation, okay? Just an honest conversation. Okay? So, this show is about, let me find the thumbnail, y'all. Y'all know I ain't never organized. Where did we go wrong? So there is a picture that has been circulating in the Lapeef group chat on Facebook. So if you're not a part of the Lapeef group chat on Facebook, you are definitely missing out on the conversation. But this is the picture. As you can see up above, there is a family with the mother, father, and there are children. And then there is a group down below. And the question was, where did we go wrong? Okay. So we're going to dig a little bit because, Shantae has been doing a little research. Shan Monet. Oh, damn, I put my name on there. Shantae. Freak, I got to change that. Shan Monet and Mistaken. I've done a little bit. Y'all know, it's Friday night. I've been drinking coffee. It's like my second cup. It's been doing a little research, okay? Chaos, did you watch the video, the whole thing? You did. But there's a little clip that I want you guys to hear. I don't know if it's the audio or if it's the clip because I'm not sure, but here it is, a video.
Myself. I'm born and reared in New York, always having been in a kind of a middle-class structure. Never suffered too terribly. Went to integrated schools, got an education in the New York school system, a college education. At 17, I dated white girls. There was some displeasure at it, but I did it, and I had no guilt about it. For some reason or the other, I never associated myself with the welfare recipient, the unemployed person. And now I realize that these are my people, that I should be able to do something for them or with them. But yet I haven't. So that, I think, is where the guilt comes in. I have empathy for my people, but yet in my middle class value, I still kind of think of them as those people. And I'm aware of it, and I think a lot of people in my particular class, if you will, is aware of it, but we're reluctant. We are just imbued with this white middle class value where we think white. So I take the position that these people have been denied, and I continue to say these people. Notice that. I continue to say these people. And like I'm not one of them, when in fact I am one of them. I take the position now that I should help, I should do what I can. I have begun to protest. I will now picket. I will now speak out with my white counterpart about the injustices that have occurred to my people, when before, say 15 years ago, I kind of behaved like it didn't exist. But now when I read, when it's brought.
So, I've done a lot of digging, so to speak. And, what I like to do is I like to look at authentic. This was an interview and if you look at the whole video, it's great. I mean, it's very informative, but it was a video that was actually filmed during this time period. You got an authentic interview of what was taking place at that time. It was actually published at that time. But what I gather is if you look at this picture, this is what I gather. And if you watched it, some people on here have watched it. These people didn't even associate with each other. So people have this romanticized idea of the past, but it was very separate. I'm glad you have your, because I know Chaos, it was one of the people who actually saw the video. So go ahead, Chaos.
Shan, not only did I see these videos, I actually have a baccalaureate degree in African studies, and I used to get chased out of class. What happened was, and please God forgive me, unlike the white race, blacks don't practice classism. At least we stopped practicing classism.
Because in that video they did, right?
Right. So in that video, the blacks in California had moved away from their ignorant black relatives. And they had said the blacks had said, hey, we don't even want these Negroes to move around us, migrating here. What happened between that picture at the top versus the picture at the bottom is the integration of the inferior blacks around the superior blacks. And these blacks who are at the bottom have outbred these superior blacks. Shan, you are a superior black. You have 2 children. But Shan, there are black women who have 5 and 6 kids of the inferior class, and those kids will have 3 and 4 kids. They are outbreeding. They are literally outbreeding you. The lower tier blacks have 5 kids to 1. And that is the difference between the photo at the top and the photo at the bottom. And you know what happens is that Shan, you're complicit. Mistaken, you're complicit. Even me, I'm complicit. When I worked at these social service programs, when I was a teacher, I was assisting with these bastard kids. Give me a second, I'm almost done. I was assisting with them. I had a lady, a young girl on my caseload when I was a caseworker one time. I went into her house. House was filthy. She was overweight. She had 4 kids. She just had a baby girl. And she said, how can I get my life together? I'm like, you're asking me? Well, I don't know. Stop fucking. And I told her that. I said, you need to stop having sex. Listen, be you by yourself, but don't bring human beings into this reality and have them living in abject poverty. just be by yourself. And that's what needs to be said to all these blacks. So you won't get the picture at the bottom. That woman at the bottom is a real woman, Shan. Did you know that? That woman has about 9 kids. For what? Why is she breeding? And why are you encouraging her to breed? You as the teacher, you as the caseworker, you as the police officer, you as the pastor in these communities, tell them, stop fucking. Because you're bringing lower tier blacks into this existence that don't need to be in this reality. They're not going to compete. They're going to either be in jail, they're going to either get killed, or they're going to end up working for the white man at the bottom, at some bottom feeding job. Let's be honest. And that's what needs to be said, so that picture at the bottom won't exist. But I know I'm the crazy one. I'm the coon. I have been drinking too tonight, but I know, right?
It's just the way you say it.
But that needs to be said. I say it all the time. You Negroes need to stop breeding. Let the superior blacks breed. Mistaken needs to breed. Shan needs to breed. Nas needs to breed. The superior black woman needs to breed. You black women on the panel need to have 10, 15 kids. You're getting outbred by the Shaniquas. See, I ain't got to worry about it. I don't have any kids.
Why is her name Shaniqua? It could be a whole other host of names.
It's a archetype of the lower tier black woman. Let's keep it a buck.
Is there another Shaniqua, a term?
Bonquisha, Shaniqua, it don't matter.
Yeah, Bonquisha, I like that. That's not a real name.
It's shameful.
Well, chaotic. Using your logic, real quick. I'm gonna let you
it's
keep
shameful.
going. Using your logic, why aren't you breeding? Why aren't you and your wife having kids?
I'm short.
I'm going back on mute.
He's being honest.
Wait, hold on.
I'm short, and I don't know what he cares, but I'm short. But what I'm saying is that Inez,
chaotic. How many kids should I have? I mean,
well, you're 6'7", so you need to be breeding basketball players. So yeah, man.
Look, a Shaniqua has arrived who looks like not a.
So like, give me a number and what's a realistic number.
You need to have like kids.
Put some respect on her name, son. You see that?
Appreciate what you just said. I'm just pointing it out.
Shaniqua. Oh, sorry, Shaniqua.
Yeah, apologize. Thank you.
Shaniqua,
I mean, even if you could have just said Shantae. I know my name is not. I wouldn't have taken offense to it.
Marcus, you need to be raising a basketball team, to be honest with you. Yeah.
And Marcus is, even though Marcus has this, he's not. So let's not use the word superior and inferior.
See, and that's the problem, Shan.
Listen,
that's the problem. You soft blacks are so afraid to keep it real, Shan. You're soft.
But we have to influence people. We don't have. Okay, so there's ways to say what we're going to say, but not.
You want to tickle people to death? What do you tickle people to make them feel good? You need to be superior, Shan. You are a superior black woman. You need to be blunt.
Well, see,
if your son brought home a Shaniqua from the projects who had 2 kids, she walked into your house, would you have that same mindset that you have right now?
He wouldn't do that.
He wouldn't do that. You don't know dudes.
Can you do me a favor? Pull that picture up one more time.
Well, what I'm going to say is that I don't think inferior or superior is the correct term, only because I think it has a lot. Hold on, I think it has a lot to do with in terms of income. So income. Hold on, income. Actually, kind of goes in the realm of the fact that it provides whether you have access or don't have access. But what I think in terms of regarding your ability to think, your ability to reason, your ability to learn, all of those things that would move you from one class to another is not necessarily mean that you're inferior. You can be poor and not have money, but still have the ability and intellect. So that's why I don't think inferior is the proper term. Because there are so many people who were like Mozart. You just talked about Mozart. He was a genius in terms of music, but he was poor.
So when we talk, let me just clarify this. Let me just clarify some things, okay? I see what Chaotic is saying. I see what Mistaken is saying. We can go back to the basketball player Zion. Even though you have money, does not change your mentality. You understand what I'm saying? Money doesn't change your mentality. It just doesn't. That's why we see people getting in issue. It doesn't. Look at Future. You're saying Future has
I'm not
class.
talking about
Okay.
a basketball player. I am talking about Shan.
But she was saying the same thing.
Shan, you're a teacher. Mistaken, you're a teacher. I used to teach. You know damn well that it's not about economics. You know, a lot of the times it's about genetics. Some people don't have the genetics. German whites, for some reason, are good at engineering. I have no idea why Germans are good at engineering. Japanese people, for some reason, are just smart as shit. There is a genetic template. And listen, let's be honest. Nobody goes to Mexicans to build anything. Let's be honest. There are certain people who have certain genes, and a lot of these people you're showing don't have the gene pool for it. They just don't.
But that's what I'm trying to say, Chaotic, is where you're wrong. I do agree that some things have to do with genetics, but that's when we're going into nature or nurture. And there has been numerous studies that show, and actually I'm a product of that. I went to a school that was a study school, so to speak, where it was a gifted and talented school. But it was a big project to bring those who were in, the hood and commingle, mix them with those who weren't. And based on that, it was basically looking at if you surround those who are poor in an environment in which the level of education and all of those things that they're exposed to, would they be able to rise to the occasion? In a lot of those situations, it is about the environment. You put people in the correct environment and they can thrive, because that has nothing to necessarily do with intellect. But if you're poor and everybody around you is poor and they have the same mentality, same thought process, same environment, it is very difficult when you're going to an educational system that sees you as unintelligible, that you just don't have the ability. So they're going to teach you at that level. But if you put somebody in a situation in which the standard is high, they typically rise to that occasion, because your poorness, your that has nothing to do with your intellect. You have to be in a situation in which your intellect is challenged, as you're able to get that. And a lot of times when you're in a poor environment, that does not necessarily happen. So that's why I say
So,
I don't agree.
I got a question for you.
Or superior aspect.
I got a question for you. How much do you believe this? Like, do you truly believe this?
Sir,
he does.
Sir, not only do I believe in it, listen, dude, I have all types of underwater basket weaving degrees, and one of them is in African studies. I literally wrote papers on this, and I used to get chased out of my African studies classes. I am telling you, certain blacks are genetically inferior.
I would say that, let me just say this real fast, educationally.
Look, Kelly, do you think you deserve to exist?
Sir, that is up for somebody else's opinion. In my opinion, yes. But sir, maybe I don't. The fact of the matter is that the picture at the top versus the picture at the bottom clearly shows a genetic difference. These people may have the same skin tone, but you can look at their eyes. You can look at them and tell that they're almost like white. Okay, let me ask you a question. Coach K is white, right? Even though she doesn't claim to be. I don't know why. She looks totally different from most West Virginian whites. You know why? Because West Virginian whites, a lot of them are inbred. They are inferior to Coach K. It's the truth. And they even admit it.
So let me ask you a question.
There might be some. There's a
first of all. Mistaken.
Why haven't you taken your own license?
Real fast.
There's a lot of inbreeding. There's a lot of inbreeding that takes place in the inner cities. Everybody knows it. You know why? How many black men have all types of kids that they don't even contact and talk with? Those kids may mingle and mix with cousins that they don't even know it. There's a lot of inbreeding. I'm telling you, this has been going on for 50, 60, 70 years, probably 80 years. There's a lot of inbreeding possibly going on in the African American community. I've been screaming this for years. Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy. I'm telling you, some of these kids are inbred like those people in West Virginia. Go
I'm
ahead.
offended by you
So-
saying that about West Virginia because my family is from West Virginia.
But you're black.
Real
though, so you know
fast,
what?
real fast, though, real fast. I have a question for Mistaken.
Yes.
I understand. I do agree that a lot of it has to do with environmental. A lot of us got it from our parents. It was trickled. It trickled down. You were raised in a certain, with certain values, and blah blah blah. But you don't think that sometimes it is a little genetic, like I was to use myself. My son's father is brilliant. Like the guy is brilliant. I don't even have a debate with him because he will beat me every time. And my son, is I'm like to brag on my kid. My son, he's kind of brilliant too. And I don't take credit for that. Like his brilliance is to another level, and he gets it from his dad. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just the people that they are. But you don't think that is, I'm not saying majority of it, but just a little bit of it can be genetic.
I think there are some aspects that genetics do play a role, but I'm talking about in general overall. So y'all know, like my background is in special education. So these are students who have a disability. That's something that they, could not help. That was something that they were genetically disposed to, whatever that specific disability was.
Gotcha.
However, even in that situation, providing the right environment also increase their level of intellect. A lot of times when kids are in special education, everybody perceives them as not having the ability to do well. And so they teach them to that level. Whereas if you put them in an environment, that's where this whole inclusion thing came in, and wanting to put them in general ed classes to expose them to behaviors and curriculum that would challenge them to do better so they can see the behaviors of other kids and model that. But even from my own specific experience, I had a student who was where I had to team teach with the teacher, and he was classified as back what y'all would understand as being, I hate saying this, but retarded, but they don't use that term anymore, right?
But it is a retardation.
Right.
A form of retardation.
And
So chaotic. How you feel about Stephen
all
Hawking?
his years-
Like, how do
all
you
his
explain
years
that?
in school, he, what they call intellectually
I
delayed.
get
That's
that.
the proper term, is intellectually delayed. So when he came to my class, I went in. That was the very first time being in an environment, and mine was a self-contained environment within itself, but those students that was in there were higher functioning than what he was. In that environment, that was the very first time that he passed a state standardized test. So will he be all the way up here? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that the environment plays a crucial role into how successful a kid can be.
Sure.
So when we try to push everybody out with the wash to say that, if if they're genetically, inferior, then you're going to treat them like they're inferior, and therefore the results is going to be inferior. But if you're treating everybody at a level of which, holding them to high standards, those who can, they will. Those who can't, they won't. But we can't get into this idea of saying that blacks are just inferior. We just cannot do that.
So I just want to say this real
I
quick.
can vouch for
example.
that. I've seen that happen. You're right. Go ahead.
I think this
Just real quick,
example
I wanna-
of when you try. No, you
Go
got
ahead,
it.
Marcus.
You ain't saying no.
And I think
No, I
there's
think
some
it's an
valid
example.
points. I think there's some valid points that both Chaotic and Mistaken made. But I think, and this is the reason I asked Shan to bring the picture back up. because I don't think the video and the picture go hand in hand. And the reason for that is the one thing that I noticed, which was the difference between the two pictures, was the man standing in the back. I didn't see a dad with the picture on the bottom. I don't remember seeing that, but I do remember seeing it with the picture that was on top. I don't think that actually necessarily goes into classism. I think that that
It does.
goes more into this discussion that we continue to have week after week after week after week of where is the father in the picture, because I believe that with a male in the picture, I think that kind of changes what actually happens inside of the house. Instead of I don't want to, this is going to sound awful, instead of women making reckless decisions because there's no stable man, the stable man helps control some of the decision making inside of the home. And so the question that I have is, I think we've kind of moved the debate, is not the classism, it is the where is the dad, and I think that that's where that conversation needs to start.
But
Just my opinion.
So
go ahead, Enos, because I'm gonna say my. But go ahead, 'cause you might say what I'm saying.
yeah, so part of the whole two-parent household thing is classism.
Right.
In the lower classes, you'll often find single parent households. And as the socioeconomic ranks move up, you'll find more and more stable two-parent households. So they're directly correlated. I did want to address what Chaotic was saying, and at first, as he was talking, I he almost had me. I was almost there with him, and then I remembered the way that he feels about capitalism. And there is no way at all that it makes any capitalistic sense at all for the middle class or these upper class black people, the superior blacks as he referred to them, to be outbreeding people who sit lower on the socioeconomic totem pole. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense fiscally. It doesn't make sense in terms of the grab for resources. It doesn't make sense in terms of fostering, catering, and ensuring that the next generation is able to build off of that legacy. It doesn't fit into capitalistic views. It just does not fit. To further
Why it
that
never
point,
happened?
yeah,
Probably
to
won't
further
happen.
that point, if you do not have this underclass of people, there is nobody to do the low level work that allows capitalism to run the way that it does. And so, if we're going to have this conversation, these people are really essential to capitalism. So,
Yeah,
I
they
call
are.
cap on your entire soliloquy.
Can
So
I add
basically,
something?
And I wouldn't.
so basically, you're saying Shan and Mistaken wouldn't have a job then, because I'm pretty sure that's the primarily of their students, and also you're literally saying, let's be
We teach all
honest,
economic. We teach
let's
all
be
types of all
honest,
students.
let's be
Don't do
honest,
that.
let's be honest, and then let's be honest with the advent of AI technology and automation, we won't need day laborers within 5 to 10 years. Let's be honest. Come on, why are we playing around here?
Let
So
me just
these
say. Oh wait, go ahead.
so
I
these
wanted
AI
to.
technologies have existed for a lot longer than the general public has been privy to, and they've been saying that that is
At what
going to.
scale?
It depends on which part of the world you're discussing. If you're talking about the eastern part of the world, they've existed on large scale for over a decade at this
I'm
point.
talking about here in America.
I'm talking in general.
Okay.
So that being said, that has still not eliminated that class of workers. It hasn't. It hasn't. And so the scare tactic doesn't really defeat the argument.
Um,
Yeah,
but go ahead, Luis. I'm sorry.
yeah. I think what we're forgetting is that there's not enough people with diverse skills to assimilate into other areas of production or work. Once a lot of things go fully animated, like fast food restaurants, car washes, everything. A lot of jobs are going to go away. A lot of jobs are going to disappear. You can already see it with Amazon, Google, and all these other head companies, right? So, are people really preparing themselves mentally to pick up and learn a different skill, trade, or experience to get away from the actual manual physical labor that our country is kind of getting away from. If it could be automated and it could be done by a robot and it could be done faster, cheaper, better, with better quality, they'll do that. And sort of, are people really preparing themselves in the mind state? Are really people ready to go back to community college, trade school, or online courses, whatever the case may be? Are they prepared to uh, educate themselves to put themselves in a better position so they could either find themselves within this sort of technological race to better their lives and better their family lives? A lot of people are not going to make the adjustment, and unfortunately, a lot of people are going to be left behind. You know what I'm saying? It's a mindset. I've always said before, broke is a mindset. Broke is bad retention of knowledge and education. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people out here that do not have that. So are you?
Can I go after you, Coach K?
I think Coach K was next. Yeah.
Go ahead, Coach K.
Well, I know, Shannon, you were about this. I didn't know if you were going to take it somewhere else, but
No, go ahead. No, or you guys are still going.
One thing I wanted to add was to piggyback off what Mistaken was saying, and I think Enos too a little bit, that there's been plenty of research to show us that it really is a mindset. If a kid is told this or believes this, he's going to manifest that. He's going to create that. So if you believe that and I've actually done this myself, if I believe that I'm not good at math, then I'm not going to do the extra work. I'm not going to figure out how I can be better, whatever. And then I'm going to have the evidence to prove that I'm not good at math. You can apply it to anything else. There's been plenty of evidence to prove that. So mindset is a huge thing. And also your mindset is not fixed. The brain is not fixed either. Now, of course, I'm not going to totally, dismiss genetics, but mindset is a very large predictor. And then the other thing I wanted to add too was, I don't think, and I'm just speaking of Western culture, white culture, whatever. Okay. So, but I think that the success sequence, and if people don't know what that is, it's, if graduating high school, getting a full-time job, and marrying before you have children is a large predictor of not being in poverty. And also too, that goes for people who come from, a disadvantaged background or come from a lower economic status family, however you want to describe it. So I think that's something also that if you want to, get out of whatever situation that your family, trajectory has been, I guess, I don't know how else to phrase it. Then get a high school education, get a full-time job, and marry before you have children. And pretty much over 95%, you're not going to be in poverty. So I don't know.
I agree. Coach K goes back to exactly what I said, which is why I completely disagree with what Nas was saying. Because, and again, this is kind of anecdotal and it's a fictional story, but good times, you had a mom and you had a dad living in Cabrini Green. One is a janitor, one is a custodian or whatever the hell he was, and the other one was a housekeeper. Neither kid had kids, and they found a way to get them through high school. So we can't continue to use poverty as what's the problem. What we need are men in the homes, period. And in order for that to happen, you got to stop having babies when you're not married. And that's men and women, and I'm not just blaming that on the women, but you got to stop having the babies before you get married. And you can't use poverty as a damn crutch all the time, considering that I'm one of those guys that came from poverty and decided to live a little differently, and thus my kids live differently. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta quit always saying that.
AP, it's almost like if there was some solution.
And I didn't say real quick, infamous Eli. I didn't say Capri Green. I said Cabrini Green, bro, out of Chicago.
Projects in the city.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
AP, it's almost like if there was a solution that existed that allowed us to take what we would deem as the best fathers out there, and then try and multiply that so that those families could expand further than just the typical nuclear dynamic, that we would support that and get behind that. It's almost like that's a thing, but that may be a little bit far for y'all, for everybody to understand. But chaotic, I
I'm
gotta
picking,
go.
I'm picking up what you're throwing
Wait,
down.
Order.
Can I address Clem D, however you say
I
something?
wanted to address him too. What did you
Okay.
change your name?
Clem D. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If I'm not, I apologize. But I don't know if you're trolling, because I'm seeing a few of these comments that you're making about special ed and Black people. The student that I was referring to was not even Black, for one. For two, if you look at any studies and research, it shows that racism plays a huge part in the fact of minorities being placed in special ed, specifically Black males, in regards to that. So it's not that I'm comparing special ed people to Black people, because that's not the case. I think Black people have a history of showing how intelligent they are. That's in the books. So that has nothing to do with that. But in my experience, based off of research, based off of systemic racism, which I know Chaotic does not agree with, but if you look at all of the research that has to do with that, there are specific areas in which Black students are placed. They're typically the ones that are placed for EBD. They're typically the ones that are placed in, areas that have to do with low intellect. And then they reserve certain disabilities for white people when you look at just the average. So it has, even though they're exhibiting the same scores on the tests that they place students in special ed for, this is what my whole study was on. So when I'm speaking towards that, that's why I'm speaking along the levels of saying environment is very important, especially for Black people. So no, I'm not comparing special ed to Black people, because I know we are phenomenal. My thing is that it is what it is in terms of my personal experience in dealing with special education students. I've seen some placed in special
Okay,
ed.
we don't want to take this on
So
too
how do
long.
we turn it
Yeah,
around?
they shouldn't have even been placed in
Okay,
special ed.
chaotic.
How
So
do we
chaotic.
turn it around?
I don't agree with you, but let me humor your theory for a little while. Let's just buy with me. So, what percentage of the population of men should be having kids?
Man, damn. You mean overall population if you mix all the races?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, bro, about 10%. 10, 15%. Yeah. Like
So
in our
how would
current
the
time
rest of the
period
men
now.
how would the rest of the men that exist in this space exist? Would they send
I
their
mean,
wives to the temple to get
to be
impregnated?
honest
or-
with you,
realistic?
to be honest with you, and I'm being dead serious, I believe in this time period, large numbers of men need to die off. To be completely honest with you, and I've done shows about eugenics and everything. To be completely honest with you, there are a lot of we don't have a farming or agricultural economy anymore. We don't need.
But that's more nurture than
I'm just
nature.
trying to answer your. I'm just trying to answer your question from my.
Yeah.
I'm just
No,
trying to answer your
I'm
question
saying.
from my
Yeah,
perspective, right?
by natural.
Yeah.
We don't need.
Go
I
ahead.
mean, all I'm saying, I'm being careful, Shan. We don't need all of these human beings anymore, right? We don't have an agricultural society anymore. We don't need people to farm the land anymore.
Okay.
I can understand living in rural Alabama. I can understand living in some rural part of Africa, some rural part of Southeast Asia, and you need 10 and 15 kids, right? But we live in a different economy now. You don't need all these people anymore. You just don't. I would even argue. Go ahead.
Okay.
No. I was going to ask you. So, what would happen to the next, like, so the people that exist right now? What would you want to see done?
It would have to be a population decline. Automation is going to take over.
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole on this. Like y'all got to do that. Like,
Shan, have you been drinking wine or something?
I would say this.
no, I don't want to.
I agree with him. I'm just curious.
Look,
Let me say
I'm
this
trying
real
to.
quick.
Chaotic has a show. I'm sure he will have a topic, and you guys can go. and dig a little deeper.
But Shan, we're seeing it now, right? We're seeing it now. Most women now won't even talk to a dude unless he's making a certain amount of money now. So you already are seeing women practicing eugenics. You already seeing you're seeing incels out there.
Eugenics. But go ahead.
You're seeing incels by the tenfold now who can't get women now because the blue collar jobs aren't seen as being important anymore. So the plumbers, the electricians, the garbage men, they can't even get women anymore because the women are online looking to get with men who are 6 and 7 figures now. So we are already practicing eugenics now as okay. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm
just saying.
I'm gonna go on mute
Okay,
I guess
so
I'm the crazy.
I hear exactly what you're saying. I do. Don't leave.
No, come back. We're gonna have this discussion.
So listen,
you
I
see
hear
where
what you're saying, but would not the proper thing? Let's be fair. Let's just please be fair. We don't want to get rid of people. That is never anything. We never want to promote that. But what I will say,
you have to ask him. Does he want to get rid of people?
It doesn't matter what he wants to do. That's what this is not. We're not going into the thoughts of chaos. We're not.
Shan, you practice.
Okay?
Shan,
it's not going to take over this show. I don't. Shan, if he wants to get rid of people, he has to do it on his show.
You yourself have already practiced eugenics. You yourself have already said that you won't date and breed with a short man, a midget, right?
I've never said.
Would you have kids with a midget, Shan?
Would you have kids with chaos?
Okay, so you're practicing eugenics. You are a eugenicist. You are practicing eugenics. Why would you have?
This is how words lose their meaning. If we're gonna say that that's you,
I agree.
So what eugenics is.
I think chaotic is way too intelligent to be having this conversation in this way. Like this really is significantly beneath you. That has never been eugenics. Women have always practiced selection. That has not changed. That is selection.
That is eugenics.
I guess all animals are eugenicists too. I guess
no, they are not. So
right.
I need you, chaotic. I know your deep infatuation with ChatGPT. I need you to ask for a clear definition on what eugenics means, because what you're talking about is absolutely not eugenics. And what we're not going to do is water down this conversation, but with a makeshift definition. Secondly, in terms of blue collar workers, you're falling into like this false trap of what their earning potential actually is. The fact that they are some of the most
I know how much blue collar workers make.
Chaotic. I
very
need you
money,
to practice a little bit of decorum. Thank you. So they are some of the most married men out there in terms of statistics when it comes to jobs. They also were the ones to help during COVID make sure that many countries did not fall into economic despair. So we're not going to pretend like women don't actually enjoy blue collar workers, because women lust after blue collar workers on a regular basis. In fact, the majority of men who dress up as strippers typically present themselves as blue collar workers. There is a large infatuation.
Shan, are you dating a blue collar worker right now, Shan?
Leave me out of
this. Inez, are you dating a blue collar worker right now?
I have. I absolutely have. I love me a blue collar worker. I have said that time and time again.
I did.
Is your man a blue collar man right now?
Who, me?
Coach K, is your man a blue collar man right now?
So chaotic. I think if we're gonna have this conversation with intellectual integrity, we need you to just flat out say that this is what you believe and you want to push it, instead of trying to rationalize it with points that are not landing.
Mark is
actually. So let me just say this real fast. I think that AP. So let me go back. What Enos was saying is, yes, marriage is a thing that's looked at prestige. Like, for example, you marry, it's just a thing to do. It comes with class. People of class would look down on you if you're not married. So much so that people who are of middle class, even if they did get pregnant out of wedlock, their parents used to ship you off. So nobody would see that you're pregnant. That child would come back and be your sibling. You understand? That's how it was a disgrace to the middle class. You didn't want to do that back in the day or whatever. But instead of, let's just say, getting rid of people, I like Coach K's idea when it says let's promote people getting married, having children, because 2 incomes is better than 1, especially if you have low income, right? And you raise your children. And the problem is a lot of times, and I've seen it in this space too, people are not promoting marriage. They're like, well, how does that benefit the man? Nobody cares about, nobody ever thinks about the kid. It's like, well, how is that benefiting the guy? It's a mentality of no, boyfriend should have husband, benefits, and blah, blah, blah. Anything besides doing the right thing in marrying a person and in having children with that person. When a lot of these things could be fixed if we just did those things. And that's including me, you know.
Chaotic. Are you willing for your wife to birth my kids?
Yeah, come on over, man.
Can I slide in right quick?
Hey, hold on. Let me ask Shan a question real quick. Shan, let me ask Shan and
no,
then...
wait, Chaotic, answer Marcus first, please.
I just said he could come over. Shan, can I ask you a question? What union is your boyfriend a part of?
Don't come at me.
And that's what union is your boyfriend a part of?
They don't have unions in Georgia.
Coach K, what union is your boyfriend a part of? Your fiance?
He's married. She's married.
We're married. He's in the military. If that counts.
Okay, mistaken. What union is your husband a part of, by the way?
I'm in the same state as Shan. We don't have unions. It's a right to work state.
So your husband's a plumber, mistaken?
No, he's not.
Is he an electrician?
No, he's not.
Is he a carpenter?
But are we downplaying these people?
I'm not downplaying them.
Yes, you are.
I'm not downplaying them.
Listen,
I never did downplay them.
Check this out. Plumbers, electricians, these
make
people have
$100,000
solid
a year.
households.
I know that, but you're
married,
not
wife and husband. Like I said,
Ma'am,
most of
you're
the
not
listen,
dating them.
most of the
Let's
people
be
who come to my
honest.
house who perform these things for my house, they are married.
Ma'am, you are not dating, ma'am. To answer again Marcus's question, you women are practicing eugenics now. You're not dating the blue collar man. Let's be honest. And you're lying, talking about all the blue collar men are married. What stats? What stats prove? What stats
The
are you
ones
talking
I'm around
about?
are married.
I was a carpenter in a woodworker working construction before I became an architect. So I had a trade.
And to be fair, Cam, I don't think skill set is genetically determined. I know they might be indicators based off historically what people socioeconomically have gravitated to based on their classification of race. But I think those are learned skills with education, and a lot of that stuff can be taught. In order for what you're saying to make any valid sense, which I, again, still don't agree with, it's got to strictly be genetic markers for assigned traits that people want.
Well,
Dude, there are genetic markers for what people want. I asked Shan, would she date a midget? She said absolutely not. Of course,
Okay,
because
that's
she does not want her kids to have.
So how many kids do you want? Chaotic. How many kids do you want? Chaotic. How many kids do you want?
How many are you willing to produce?
Listen, I don't want any kids because I don't want Holland and
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how many I need to give them. Because if we want to do this, we're gonna have to really you got the consequences of your speech is action. So if you really feel this way, I'll talk to I'll get it squared away, and we can get you a couple kids. I think you'll love them and raise them right.
Listen,
I got the genetics for you, and then we can move forward. No, this is what you want, right?
Okay, so real fast, because we're getting
your dream.
Let me say something
reality.
real fast. Let me say something real fast. I don't want to, because I know a lot of great households that have plumbers, a lot of great households that have electricians. I don't think that is assigned to any particular career. Okay. What I'm talking about here is a mentality, which can be attached to any amount of money, because you can come across money and still have a poor mentality. And the mentality is, we don't have to be married to have children, lots of kids. It's okay for my kids to be raised in a separate household, being okay with that. Now, I know circumstances happen, but being okay with that, going in fully aware, especially in the YouTube schedule, when you have all this knowledge in front of you, and you're still making the decision to move in this direction. We're talking about,
Well, in chaotic's defense, eugenics.
I wasn't finished with my sentence, but okay.
I know, my bad.
You don't get to
we're
breathe. You
talking
talk
about-
back too much. She don't get to breathe, chaotic. Take her off the list.
Huh?
Oh my God.
We're
Go ahead.
talking about people who move in the wrong direction. And I'm trying not to be, illegal things, thinking that that's okay. Thinking it's okay to fight in school. Your kids thinking it's okay to fight in school. We all know what go ahead, Lee.
I don't want to cut your point off. I'm trying to come back full circle back to the topic of what we were talking about, right? So I know we've been kind of going off on the tangent, but I do want to say this. Although we're talking about on a kind word, depopulation or shrinking the family sizes of people who are within a smaller socioeconomic condition, right? But if we just look at what that looks like per race, per culture, you will find that there are still certain cultures who are having a lot of kids, you know what I'm saying? But the family structure and the family unit and what that looks like and what it shows up, it is completely different from those who are having indiscriminate sex and having an indiscriminate amount of children. You know what I'm saying? They have no support system. They don't have a stable household. They don't have a community. They don't have all these other important factors to raise competent, prospering children. Make sure that's not even limited to just education. That's also nutrition. That's also access to healthcare. That's also, access to good education, right? So I think that there isn't an issue with having 3, 4, 5 kids if you don't have the proper community structure. You know what I'm saying? That foundational village, right? Without that, like you having kids in the city where rent keeps going up $50 every other month at this rate because I mean it's starting to become unaffordable, right? Nobody could honestly afford to have 2 or 3 kids living in those types of conditions, even if they have a spouse, right? So people need to rethink about their mating strategies in terms of having a family, when to have a family, and what does that even look like? Because unfortunately, devoted from culture and the idea of a village, everybody is an island at this point.
Yeah,
I agree, Luis.
in chaotic's defense, eugenics, a synonym for eugenics is selective breeding, which is what a lot of women engage in and who they choose to date and marry, right? Or be a relationship with. Now, I also agree you need fathers, you need communities,
Thank
right?
you.
And personally, I like what Chaotic said as far as we need better people making better kids, right? I agree with that. I'm not saying we should depopulate or we should take people out of this world. That's not what I'm saying. I think and I agree 100% better people should be making more kids instead of people that are not so beneficial to society making more kids.
Well, I agree
Thank
with
you.
that. I do think
However,
that your investment, if you choose to have children, you should put 100% of investment into your children to make them, because I can also go back to what Mistaken was saying. A lot of times kids are placed in special needs classes, not necessarily because they have a delay, but because maybe they don't know how to read when they get into kindergarten because their parents didn't sit down and teach them how to read. So now he's just behind and he has
listen,
to play catch up.
listen,
So
I agree
it
with
could be
you.
something as simple as that. The investment is not there. The parents not doing their job to make sure that the kid is prepared to enter the school system.
Mistaken.
But
Do you do mild moderate, by the way?
I'm no longer directly in the classroom anymore teaching. but I typically was dealing with SLD, specific learning disability.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you
So-
like doing? You love doing the. You look like you love doing IEPs, right?
So maybe that's
I like IEPs, but the aspect of the IEP I like the best is the transition planning.
Okay.
Can I finish before you jump in right quick?
I just wanted to make a quick correction.
Okay,
right?
how much
'Cause
would
we
you be
keep-
willing to pay?
I'm sorry?
Marcus
I was curious
talking.
how much they paying for sperm. If you want to have these, I can send you a vow for like. We're discussing price.
we keep talking about eugenics as if eugenics is like what chaotic presented it to be. Eugenics is a race-based thing.
Exactly.
Like, I don't understand why we can't just allow words to be exactly what they are. Eugenics is the science that classifies Black people as inferior to white people. That is what eugenics is. If we are talking about
Are Black
women
people
practicing-
not?
Stop, chaotic. Please let me finish. If women are practicing eugenics, that means all women of all races would only ever create children with white men to eradicate any other race that exists. That is not happening. So why do we keep pushing this word as if it means something because it sounds fancy? Like, that's not what it is. Can we please leave the definition as it is?
Okay. And Nas, can I respond to Nas, please? And I apologize for cutting you off.
It's Enos.
And Nas, I've been drinking, so I'm slurring my words. And Nas, isn't the white man superior to everybody on the planet? What are the metrics to it? Well, who's number one at industry? It's the white man. Who's number one within industry, technology, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, education? Who's number one? It's the whites. Why are we lying here? The white man is at the top in this time period. Now, 5,000 years ago, it may have been Black people, the ancient Egyptians, may have been the Babylonians, may have been the Assyrians, may have been the Persians. I don't know. But I know in this time period, the whites are the dominant group. So, yes, these people are superior.
You know what's interesting about that statement, chaotic?
Marcus,
I don't know. Kevin Samuels did say that it was a war and we lost. We did lose the war.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Let me talk real quick. Let's be honest. You Negroes on the panel are wearing white people's clothes right now. Show your name tags right now on your clothes. I bet there ain't no African name. Show me your cars outside. Show me your bank accounts. I bet you every least and last one of you Black Negroes. Well, Coach K is not a Black,
My
but
car is Asian.
White. Okay. You have
mine too.
You have JP Morgan Chase, a bank account that's white. Let's stop. You work for whites.
My clothes are American, by the way.
I don't work for anyone. So
Marcus, you are on the white man's YouTube.
We understand what you're saying. You
I
guys,
don't get paid
I'm
for
not
this.
against that. It is what it
This
is.
is
It is
community
what
service.
But see, my thing is he's not looking at the
Oh
system.
my God! I'm talking to Inez. I'm Inez.
Okay,
Nah. So I just okay, can we just quick second, because the chat is so quick to call out when the ladies are moving the goalpost. I need y'all to hold chaotic accountable. That goalpost has moved from eugenics to now all of this stuff. Like, can we keep the goalpost where it is so we can have a productive conversation?
I like to just finish my point.
Red flag on the play.
Let's do a set of metrics. Let's do metrics, right? What are the metrics to identify superiority? Well, let's do economics. Who makes the most globally? White men do.
How did we get here?
How do we know white men do? Well, all you have to do is look at the country. Look at the number one country with the highest GDP, America. Look at the wealthiest corporations on the planet. These are white-ran companies. Are we kidding? Are we joking? Let's stop. Look at the best law firms. Look at the best hospitals. Look at the best education. I mean, schools. Who's running Harvard? Who's running Yale? Who's running Cornell? It ain't moon crickets. It's whites. Let's be honest. I shouldn't have said that. I was pretty racist.
Yeah, you're completely off base. And
Okay,
to be
and we
clear,
have to
to
be
be
super
clear,
checks.
if we were to get
talking about
superior,
here?
Chaotic, to be clear, if you were
Who
to
was it? Who, in
Come on,
sports?
Chaotic.
Who worked
Are
with
you gonna be the inferior black you are, or are you gonna let me speak? Are you
I'm
going
answering
to be look
Naz's
when you are talking to
question.
your superior? I'm 6'8", 225, a college
Sir,
athlete. Talk to your superiors the right
sir.
way. Sir.
You're
You
superior
don't
to me in
overtalk me.
basketball. You're
No,
not superior to
in
me. Any other
eugenics,
player.
we're talking about genetics, right? My genetics are
I
universally
am
better than yours.
answering.
So let me speak.
Go
Let
ahead,
me
sir.
speak.
Go ahead.
My genetics are, please,
If
thank
guys
you.
cut me off,
You
go
know,
ahead, go ahead.
this is what you got to do is keep a boot on the neck of those beneath you. Because if you don't put them in a place, they don't understand. And then they start to do what we just had, where they back talk. Now, I digress back to my original point before I was interrupted by these black. Now, what I was trying to say, and by the way, I'm raising the price on this. Hey, it's going to go up. Chaotic. I was going to charge you $2,000, but I've converted it to $3,000.
What's your IQ level first?
For your sperm?
Yes. And
Hold on for a second.
I got
Should be
32 on
for
the
sale.
ACT.
Should be for
What's your IQ level?
I got 32 on the ACT. I'm 6'8", 225. I went to a premier
That is,
school.
because you got a 32.
And I made the what? Huh?
What's your IQ level?
I haven't taken the IQ test.
Okay. Well,
I'm basing it off a metric that's
But
generally
this is
observed
pretty
in use for college.
impressive.
the metric.
College.
Listen, the metric that I was given was based in industry, sir. Just because you dunked the ball doesn't mean you're superior, sir.
I didn't
I'm
use
talking
that.
about.
But his height is a resource, though. It's all about. I mean, it can be looked at as
I'm
it's something
talking
people
about
want, right?
science. I'm talking about technology.
You
I'm
said
talking-
height was the reason you weren't gonna have kids, Chaotic.
Right, height was what you needed.
I would like to get back to the topic, though.
I think you're doing a vast disservice to the superior blacks by
I wish
negating
I
the
could talk.
effects of their intellectual property.
Okay, you guys, let's do these super chats.
In
Y'all crazy. I can't do it. Marcus
I
over
honestly
here
wanted to
selling
hear
sperm.
Harrison's
I can't
point.
do it. Not,
My
Dub
point does
Will
not matter.
woo-hoo, became a member.
yay.
Woo-hoo. Dub Will $5. Nobody goes to Mexicans to build anything. Have you looked at construction site lately?
I think
No.
he said nobody would go because that's their
exactly.
talent.
Mexicans are
Wait,
clean.
say that again.
I think he was saying that their talent is building, so you wouldn't go to Mexico trying to build because that's what they that's their thing. Like, so
No,
you wouldn't go. Is
he's
that what you
saying
were saying?
no. Mexicans are cleanup crews. They don't build skyscrapers. Let's be honest.
Oh no!
You need to
No,
look at here. No, these
you're
people over here behind me building a whole house. They did not.
I said a skyscraper. I didn't say a house. See, you're not listening. I said a skyscraper.
Speaking of, I can't do it.
Where are they building skyscrapers?
I get where he's coming from.
Right,
I get where he's
Steve,
coming from, but
come
skip
on,
chaotic.
let's go.
Yo, hold on. Yo, Mexican labor is still a third of Chinese labor and is 3 times more skillful.
Exactly.
Okay, moving on.
Chris Davis, $9.99. Shout out to the panel. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Miss Parker, back to the basics. $4.99. Hey, Miss Parker. Chaotic is like that black cop on Boys in the Hood. I hate my gum.
Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
I hate my black gums. I hate the black on my shoes. I hate the black on the burnt pizza. I hate the black on the bottom of the microwave. I hate the black on Chaotic's height test because it don't have enough ink. All right.
Ali, 1999. Can we start a GoFundMe for the rehabilitation of Chaotic to love his dark skin? He's been hurting for too long. I believe we need to all come together. Let me finish. I believe we need to all come together for the greater good of helping our brother. Come home, my brother.
Can I address him real quick? Can you put me at the top real quick so I can address Ali real quick?
Okay. Oh, at the top.
Yeah. Let me address Ali. I hope Ali comes on the panel. Ali, you son of a bitch. You're telling me about how I need to be black. You walking around with the Arab's name. Ali, that ain't no black man.
It's not Arab.
Get back down. Get back down.
His mom just passed, bro. Chaotic. His mom just passed. Chaotic. His mom just passed. Reword that, please.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I don't think he knew that though.
I didn't know
It
that.
wasn't
but
malicious.
he's still
It wasn't
walking
out of
Yeah, I'm
around
malice.
with
talking
Arab's
reword.
name.
Reword.
Yeah, I think
No, no, no.
it wasn't out of malice. I think he was just
He,
joking.
he still's walking around with.
No,
the
I know he
Arab.
wasn't. That's why I'm telling him. So just reword it.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that, Ali.
Wait, go back
Send
because I
prayers to
didn't
your
read the last
family.
one, Shan.
Huh?
Go
That was
back.
Ali. It was just Ali's super chat. Thank you, Ali, for the super chat. It wasn't anything real.
Okay. Ray's Anderson $4.99. The reason people who are low income have more children is because they have more time on their hands. People usually revert to their natural instinct.
I disagree with that too.
That I do too, but go ahead.
I mean, but you
That will $5. Chaotic would have fit in great in the third reach.
Third right.
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 Third right. Yeah,
Third right.
Right.
Nazi Germany.
Right.
Yeah, Nazi Germany.
Okay. Ray's Anderson $4.99.
Oh, give me
if
Richard.
you
No idea.
and if you want the Pookies and Keishas to produce less children, LOL. That can't done. There's probably
that can't be done. Y'all know he's trying to say be done.
No, listen. Okay, there's probably some guy in a cave right now with 20 kids. I'm sorry, I'm just reading what was here. I'm trying to figure out what he was trying to say as I'm reading. Oh shoot. Rush Enterprise Starks $2. Nas is capping. Chaotic is right about he's not. Eugenics. That's not even spelled right. Dub Will $5. Marcus, are you saying chaotic is inferior? I believe he is, Dub Will.
Chaotic
No,
said
I'm not saying that.
Chaotic
Society
said that he's inferior to Marcus according to the markers.
Right.
I never said that.
You're willing to buy his
Chuck,
sperm
are
for
you
your
denying the facts? Hold on, mistaken. Are you challenging this?
I never said that.
Here we go.
I never said that. I just said I wouldn't have kids.
Are you challenging this?
Sir,
No.
I said I would have kids because I'm short.
If you believe in a hierarchy, you've got to accept said hierarchy. So are you challenging this?
Sir, the only thing you've got to do is playing basketball, sir. That's it.
I've submitted my ACT scores, my academic performances on the line, and you said bank accounts, right? So all of those things are tantamount to superiority, correct?
Okay, well, you're better than me. Okay, you won.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to be clear. We've got to be intellectually consistent.
Yeah, I only got $2 to my name. You won.
All right, Reese Anderson $4.99. I'm confused how the only pure blood black person on the panel, chaotic, being African, is actually insinuating that white men are better than black men.
I never said. Hold on, let me approach this. Reese, I never said that the white man was better than the black man. The question was about eugenics, and Nas brought up a good point. She said that eugenics represents race, and if that's the point, are blacks inferior to whites? In certain aspects, yes. And I gave metrics like industry. When it comes to industry, obviously, yes. Because you black asses work for the white man. That's proof in itself. Until you black asses start digging up oil and making your own cars and making your own cell phones, then that's when you can say you're superior to the white man. Period. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna leave that alone, but please look at the historical aspects of why the situation is the way that it is. But I'm gonna just leave it at that because I know you don't believe in history. Doug will
but even if you believe in history, what were you gonna say?
What I was saying is that there was a system set up in place for them to maintain power. They're not working on the same even level playing field because
who put that system in place? Somebody had to have overtaken somebody else to make that system be that way, right?
So you're right, Chan, right? But here's the issue, right? Is that those systems coming into place by those white people who colonize and imperialize those areas in which give them the capabilities to produce the things that Chaotic mentioned. The issue is that they've also created all of these systems to make sure that people are not in a position to get themselves out of it. When we look at the World Bank and all of the other supporting groups that are like that, they implement certain things and certain criteria when giving money to help out these countries that still allow for those infrastructures to still exist. So it's not like we can wave a magic wand and pretend that these countries can just, boot out all of these people and start building those things on their own. They would owe significant debt if they were to do that. So that's what Mistaken is getting at, right? Is like Chaotic is saying when you can do it on your own, but that's not going to happen because people have put things into place to cycle people into staying where they are in order to benefit.
And if we were allowed to use the same process,
we right. I don't think anybody's arguing that. We understand that, and this is not, I'm the last person to put, anybody over me because I just feel like, nobody's over me. But anyway, what I'm saying is, but even with that being said, if they have the power to do that, that means that they have the power to do that, which means their power overrides our power. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I do. And you know what? I agree with Chaotic a little bit more because the way I generally think is why we just don't take everything. Like, not ask, not play, just take that shit. And because most people don't think that way, then I got to sit here and wait.
Don't start the war, please. Please don't.
But it's not about taking look. It's not about taking everything. If we stop spending money on frivolous things like liquor, all luxury intangibles, if we remove our dollars from the luxury brands, if we remove our dollars from the European cars like Audi, Mercedes, and BMW, if we remove our dollars from all these other areas and funnel them into other more productive avenues like agriculture, infrastructure, like we could build up our own town.
See,
You know
this what you missing.
You know how many abandoned towns are there in this country that you could purchase and that you could redevelop and bring up from nothing, or even start your own. Like
this what you missing, Louise.
What
if
part
I could spend all of my money on whatever I want, and according to Chaotic, if I just take what I want, then I could just take it. It's that simple, right? Like if you can take it, then you take it, right? That's the word you want to exist in, right?
Well, there's always going to be a pushback on that because you're gonna.
Yeah, of course, but I'm still gonna take it. If you can take it, then you take it. If we always play by those rules, that might be a fun game.
But see, that's the thing about it. In terms of numbers, at least in this country, we don't outnumber the main muscle to do that. So you got to play on the same. We got to play chess with them. We have to learn how to play
even worldwide persuasion. Like
just remember my after-hours conversation.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So
I was just speaking to Marcus and Inaj. Y'all remember my after-hours conversations on how I feel about this?
Yeah.
For sure.
Not even to mention the many inventions that other groups have made, other contributions that they have made that have been stolen. So that's the other thing. Like we're giving credit to to white people for certain things that they did not do. So, I mean, that's why I'm saying that there's a historical thing that goes along with that.
Yeah. So
and what Chaotic is saying is that, well, the fact that they're able to do that shows a level of superiority in what they're saying. But what I'm saying is the fact that you have to steal something from somebody, is that really a level of superiority?
This is Chaotic's ideal world we're existing in right now.
But
and in his ideal world, we allowing some of his thoughts.
If you look at Kemet in Egypt, they taught Kemet in Egypt was the first university internationally. They taught the Greeks. The Greeks learned from the Romans.
And then they stole it.
And then we learned from the Romans, and then that's everything from there. But everything that we've come to know is ideas and beliefs that were stolen and used from other cultures.
Exactly.
And then, you know what I'm saying? And then rewritten the cover book on it and put some Joe Schmo on front of it and
So
stolen the idea.
So
Okay,
to that point, Luis, because I hear people talk about that all the time about, preserving the black dollar, having it circulate through the community more, and being able to build something for ourselves, right? That's been done time and time again. And with things like eminent domain, it does not matter. The government can just come in and say, we don't care how much money you've spent into this. This is ours right now. And there is no legal recourse to it, right? A private corporation can sit there, and if you don't take the payouts, can literally
not a private
flood your
corporation.
city.
It has to be public.
So
and they
eminent
have to
domain,
show-
yeah. So eminent domain is the government, but what I'm talking about is all of these lakes that exist all over the U.S. that used to be prospering black towns that were flooded and used as dams and used as power sources,
Sure.
right? This idea that just build it for yourself, I think is tainted in a way where we no longer see the amount of people that have built it for themselves and still have been stripped of it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, then a mass exodus must be the result then.
Callie, you can
Yeah,
further.
We need their planes to do that.
I'm
Mistaken, you're
we can't
mute.
hear you.
I was gonna say, but what does that mean?
Sorry.
No.
And Reese Anderson, $4.99. And eugenics isn't always whites on blacks. Even during slavery, blacks practiced it. That's why mulattoes would marry other mulattoes out of preference.
That's not
Just-
That's
eugenics.
still you're not. Yeah, I think
It's
y'all are
selective breeding.
mixing.
That's
Right,
breeding.
selective breeding is different than
And
eugenics.
I showed them the book on that, which furthers my point about my superiority. But
Okay, next.
Okay, so I had one more video, but we can stop right here if you guys want to.
no, I'm having fun. I actually enjoy Chaotic, by the way. I don't know if any of y'all know this, but Chaotic, we tell them I actually like you. Like,
Did
like,
anybody else
I
have
have fun
anything
playing
to
with
say
Chaotic.
about? I think that my biggest pull from that was I never knew that it was so separated, even amongst blacks in the 60s. Because I think that in our mind we think, oh, civil rights. When what I saw was they actually just came together for civil rights because they've had a common goal. And
To be treated like
I
him
didn't even realize they were separate. I knew that they were middle class. It was middle class. I mean, we know that, but I just never knew that. It was just divisive.
Well, I do want to say one thing. One thing I did think was interesting was the point of I do believe what we consider more productive people of society or people that have a mentality that we think benefits society. I think we should have those people make more kids. I mean, the world doesn't work like that. People that have sex are going to make kids, which is fine. But in my opinion, and some of the things that I see, a lot of people I think should have kids. They use logic when making kids. They plan their kids. They wait a little bit of time. That's the reason why a lot of our kids are being born later and later. So I think the people that should be having kids, they're using logic, and they're not making enough kids because of their thought process and their logic. Like, well, I can't financially take care of these kids. So now you got people who can't take care of their kids, making more kids than the people who can take care of their two kids, and we think it's smarter. But because we start so late with our kids, now we have we have increased our chances of birth defects. One, two, we also have limited our amount of time with our kids so that we can continue to build the habits and the communities that we really want. So, in essence, it's quite unfortunate that it's going to be pretty hard for better people to beat out the kids, better people to beat out the people who have kids that aren't as productive, because there's no limit or no thought process. They're just having kids because they like having sex. Not saying that people that we consider better to some degree are just having sex and having kids, whatever. But I think that unfortunately, a lot of the smart people who we want to have kids, they like, well, this doesn't make reasonable sense. So they're going to wait longer to have kids versus the people who don't care nothing about that. They just having fun and then they having kids. They just going to keep populating it. And they're going to eventually, there's going to be more people who we don't want to have kids versus the people that we do want to have kids, because them kids.
Listen to this though. Listen to this though, and we're gonna go dub. Well, we saw that we missed your super chat, and we will bring that up, as inappropriate as it is. But again, I think that if we can just change the mentality, stop thinking. The reason why I say that is stop making things that are wrong good. We have this thing where the things that we shouldn't be praising, we have a tendency to praise. Like you ain't got street credit unless you don't fought one, or you done did something, or you ain't a man unless you got this type of, you've lived this type of life.
Shan,
what?
Can you bring up Gumby's comment about the Mexicans?
No, okay, give me a second.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, but anyway, as long as it's not inappropriate. But shut up. Is it inappropriate?
No, it's not. It's just super funny.
Okay, so my point is, if we could just change the mentality, and that goes with the music, stop, praising things that we know is not good for our community. So that when these kids are being raised, stop thinking that things that are bad for you are good for you, because this is what's keep continuing this cycle. Stop like, going to jail, getting your street credits. Like what? Like that's the problem.
Shan, don't bring that comment up.
You said what now?
Don't bring that comment up.
Well, who said what comment? I just want to read it.
I was
thinking it was Gumby.
Gumby's comment.
Y'all sitting here looking at what's the
I think it's funny. His name is Gumby. Like
Gumby says Mexicans build roofs, not coliseums. It's the truth.
It's not. Shut up.
Shout out to the Vatos.
It's the truth. Like everybody said, Mexicans.
Okay, so let's go back to the super chat that we missed.
Doug Will, $5. If the white man is superior, then why are his women always on my inferior black?
I mean, why do y'all put sex so high on a pedestal? That don't mean she want to be with you. That don't mean she want to bring you home to daddy.
Who?
That just means you are a fetish.
And he's married.
Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Deb Will's married too.
Who are you talking about?
Deb Will is married.
What I'm saying
is his wife white?
No, I understand. No, but I understand what you're saying.
I think he's talking about in general. But even with that, because I know a lot, and he makes a good point, because a lot of men think like this, like, oh, but they be liking, but do they like? I mean, they go after certain black men.
I think
never
mind.
Not all. So I think that you don't want to be fed like you always say with women, and you say, okay, they put you in a certain category. Some other people, races, put you in a category as well. You're good for an experiment.
Yeah.
Let me try this out because I heard it was great.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is there another one?
Okay. Yeah, we did. Sir Chai, you're late. You're usually on time.
Sir Chai, 87, $2. Shan, have we touched on Keke Palmer yet? Yes.
We did. You got to rewind. But thank you for the super chat.
First hour and a half was spent on Keke.
We were on Keke. But we did different topics of Keke. So I had one last part. It has to do with an issue, I guess single parenthood may be one of the issues. I don't know if you got it. It's kind of a part of it, but not. Do y'all want to do it or no? It's 12:45.
I mean, it's your show. I'm down for your show.
We can, but I got a question. I got a question for you, Shan. I just wanted to know who do everybody think is responsible for what happened in that relationship with Keke Palmer?
I think that they're both responsible. I think she was distasteful. She shouldn't have worn that outfit, especially if she knows the man that she has is not for it. Okay, for sure. If he does not approve of it and she has committed herself to him, to whatever they got going on, then for sure she is wrong. But on the flip side, I don't think that he should have done it publicly. I think that he should have called her and say, "But what is this? What are we doing here?" And allow her to address it. Meaning the next interview, because Kiki would be on these interviews, I shouldn't have. That's one thing I do regret. Like, she could have cleaned it up herself, taken accountability for what she did, went on these little interviews that she be going on, all these TikToks, and done with it. That's
The sisterhood would have never allowed her to do that.
You said what?
The sisterhood would have never allowed her to apologize.
What sisterhood?
You just made a great point. Don't lose it right now. You just made a great point.
I don't. So I'm so, you know what? This sisterhood. Let me just tell you this. This sisterhood thing. You talk about the sisterhood that the sisters that will date your man behind your back. The sisters that will date your husband. What is the sisterhood? Because I don't trust a lot of people. And then again, what you guys do. And this goes to this comment right here. If people feel like there are certain things that are acceptable and it's classless, that in itself shows their class. You guys, I'm so tired of men holding women up to this high class standard, like we're all the same. We're absolutely not. There are some people who may think it's okay to be inappropriate. They probably are inappropriate when they go out. That's okay for them. You can't hold everybody to the same standards. We don't all think the same. We don't all have the same foundation. We don't all have the same values. We're not all the same. Sorry to have to bust it to you, but that's just the way it is. So yes, there are going to be some women like, I don't see nothing wrong with her butt being out, and that sister may have her butt out as she speaks. Some of us do think there's something wrong with it.
But I thought that women were more mature and smarter than men.
Women listen, those people that we talk about when we talk about men being raised in a certain household, they have sisters who are also raised in the same household, who also have the same values. You can't sit here and just be like, oh, women should just be smart. No, that's not necessarily true. It could be their environment as well. There are women who do some shit too. Period.
I agree. I'm just saying this is what they
value.
Say.
No,
saying
I mean,
that women are smarter than men.
And,
you know, I'm just saying in general, these
goes
are general
both ways. You have people who are classless that are men. You have women who are classless as well. End of discussion. Who don't have and may value something totally different than what we value. Anybody else? I'm sorry, I was just talking.
Okay. You had another subject. I just went off on the tangent.
I did, but it's a little okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it just because it's already uploaded. But I wanted your thoughts on this. Once I can find it.
Did everybody answer that question though?
Yeah. And anybody else want to chime in before I moved on?
Whose fault do you think that was and why?
We all did it, Marcus. You came in late.
Oh, I
gotta rewind.
Well,
I think. Well, what is your take on it, Marcus?
Now, what I will say, let me just say this real fast before I forget. I will say if he said and she does it again, that's totally different. But if she listens to what he's saying and she takes his guidance and she wants to be with him, I think we shouldn't just be like, because Kiki has done some great things. I've heard some of her speeches. She motivates Black men. She does all of these great things. I don't want us to hinder her on that one bad what am I trying to say? That
performance.
Whatever. I don't want her name because I think that I could just tell that she has a good spirit, you know? And
yeah, but they're not concerned about Kiki. They're concerned about the dude. We're looking at Kiki as this was a smart move for her brand. That she can just, continue to upgrade and continue to do what she need to do to make sure that she can make bread and continue to make money off of this. We more so look at this guy, even though we don't agree with her behavior, we're still more so fixated on this guy because compared to her, he still looked like a bum. He don't look as legit as she does right now. She looked like she's the bigger of the two in this situation. And I personally think the real issue is, and I blame him more so than I blame her, because the truth of the matter is us guys, we like nasty women. And we like that outfit that she got on. in private, but in public, we don't want everybody liking that. We don't want everybody to see that. But the truth of the matter is, we love the way she looked behind closed doors. But when that image leaves the house, now we got a problem.
I got a bigger question. Hold on. That's a great point. I got a bigger question. Let me ask this. Do you think it's possible for a woman to look down on her man and love him?
Yeah.
No. If she looks out down on him, she don't love him like that.
That ain't got
What the
nothing to do.
ladies-
That's respect. But you
what
can
the
love
ladies
somebody you
think?
look down on them.
What you think, Enos and Miss Taylor?
Yeah, I think there are plenty of examples of women who love their man and look down on him. Like you,
Name one.
there are
Like truly look down on him? Like this nigga ain't shit, but I still love him? Like you think like
Name
that
one.
far?
You know,
Yeah,
them girls know they ain't nothing. When she
absolutely.
be around the
I-
cookie, she know he ain't shit. But she still.
I mean, it's like it's levels to that shit. Like he could be that guy and this nigga gonna cheat, so she like he ain't shit versus
Nah, they know
I
this
look
nigga ain't
better
got
than
no
him, I make more
job.
money
He
than him, this
can't pay
nigga's
no
dumb.
bills. He can't
All
do
of these
nothing. All he
extra
do is
things.
go
I'm
back and
taller than
miles on the
him.
front porch. They
Just
know.
name one
That's the
mainstream one.
case.
Let's do one celebrity. Name one where the woman actually loves the man but looks down on him. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Was 50 Cent.
I've seen it before.
Yeah,
I mean,
but like,
listen,
why
Vivica
pick
Fox
him?
was 50 Cent.
She didn't look down on him, she looked up to him.
Yeah, man. But see, that's the thing about it.
No
If she
woman
thinks
no woman that does not look down on her man is willing to publicly disrespect him.
Exactly.
She still loved him, but she was very publicly disrespectful to him.
So
Right,
when I'm saying look
disrespectful
down,
and
hold on,
look
hold on.
down.
When I'm saying look down, I'm not talking about. I agree. There was no woman that I damn don't want to back out of this comment, but so no woman that respects you is going to disrespect you. I get you, but that was my initial question. Can you look down on somebody in a way where you don't respect them as a man, like he is beneath me, and still love them?
yeah, yeah.
I don't think so.
I
Because
think
if
women
she
do
don't
that
respect
all
you,
the time. I think you're looking for a celebrity, which is much hard, but I'm just thinking about just day-to-day average people. And
I got
I
one in particular.
definitely know women even have had conversations in regards to you can hear the way that they speak about their partner in a level of they don't have the respect, but
in the
they do
house.
care about them. Absolutely.
I have one.
Is it love or do they care about them?
I would say love because they're staying in the relationship.
So if a man they respected came around, they would still stick with the man they don't
Probably
respect
not,
because
but they
they
can
love
look. But
them.
you don't have to be with. Listen, you don't. Let me tell you this. You don't have to be with a person you love. It's a lot of people I can love from afar. I don't want to be with you because we just not there where you need, But that
So,
doesn't take away the fact that I still love you. I really do. Are you saying in love or love?
So I'm saying in love, but I think it's cute that we mentioned that the way men view love and the way women view love is different, and the way we receive love and the way we give love is different. Because ours would typically be respect. So it would be impossible for us as men to feel like you actually love us if you completely disrespect us at all times.
Okay,
You know what I'm
so
saying?
the question wasn't about your feelings; it was about her, right? But go ahead,
Yeah, so I think the perfect example to the question you're asking is Jada Pinkett Smith.
She don't love that
Oh,
motherfucker.
that's a good one.
Mm.
She don't love that
She
nigga.
does.
No,
She
no.
does.
She loves
She
Tupac.
But
Period.
he
I'm not. You can't
She
sell
she
that.
love
she loves
You
herself.
can't sell that to me. You can't sell that to me. Nah,
She
she don't
love
love that nigga.
herself.
That's a good
And
one.
she love August Alsina. That's who she loves.
That's a good one.
I don't know if she
And
likes it. I don't think she loves him. I think that was a fling.
Yeah.
and she also loved Tupac. She made that abundantly
That
clear.
period. Like she nah. If she loved him the way she loves Tupac,
I've
then
never
all of that
experienced
other
a woman
bullshit
being
would
in
not have
love with
went
me
down.
where she was
Nope.
staying after
Wait,
another
no,
man.
okay,
That
hey,
shit seems
sorry,
crazy.
Marcus.
Shit. As a matter of fact, she loves herself more than she loves him.
So, but
Yeah.
AP, I
There ain't
think
no love there.
so. We're disqualifying my example, despite the fact that it exactly fits into what Marcus was asking.
Exactly.
Right? We're not defining if it's good or if it's healthy or if it's the
But
way it should be.
she
Hang
doesn't
on,
love
give me
him.
1 second,
though.
because Marcus specifically asked, "Can a woman love a man that she feels is beneath her?" That is literally what she is doing. Now, is it good? Do we want that to continue? Is that the blueprint?
She
No,
doesn't
that is
love
a
him
woman
though.
who loves a man who she also thinks is beneath her.
And I
She
think
doesn't
that
love
too.
him.
Look, so are you
Dang.
look, let me clarify something. Are we saying in a relationship, or are we just saying can you love a man who you think is beneath you? Or can you be in a relationship with a man who you think is beneath you?
I think you could be in a relationship, but I don't think you can love him.
I think
So
it hits to what Marcus was saying in terms of the way we see love versus the way men
when
see
you
love.
see love,
Men see love as a level of respect. Women don't necessarily see it that way. So they can be disrespectful or not respect a man and still love them because the way that we view love is different from y'all.
So let me ask you a
absolutely.
question, just real quick, Enos.
Sure.
Uh, Enos, do you think, like, what's your definition of love? Because to me personally, when I see women truly love their man, respect is a byproduct of that. Even though we have a different definition of what we think love is, like, and I understand like how you love your child versus how you love your man and how you love your job, they're all different. But too often I see like when you can clearly see this woman love this man, yo, it comes with a hell of a lot of respect. Just my
No,
opinion.
I,
Let
I,
me
I
let me say
see
this real
children
fast.
who love their parents,
Let,
but be disrespectful all
let
the
me
time.
let me say this. I know a form of loving a man, not your man, but loving a man is I think women are designed to be helpmeets. So for example, she may go above and beyond for him. You know, she may think he's lower than her, but she's like, yo, she may push him like you gotta do this. Maybe fill out an application for him. She wants him to do better, motivate him a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how women sometimes show love. They try to make your situation a better situation or try to hold you accountable to something. You understand what I'm saying?
So I,
Understand?
I hear I hear what you're saying, Harrison, but here's the thing, right? Like there's a healthy dynamic of love where the person is loved the way that they want to be loved, which for men means respect. And then there's the unhealthy, toxic part of love where I'm going to love you the way I want to love you. And that oftentimes comes as women being disrespectful. They want to love you the way that they want to be loved and not the way that you want to be loved,
True.
right? So when we're asking this question is what does love look like? We have to distinguish healthy, productive love versus unhealthy, toxic love because they're both still love. That emotion still exists towards that person, that affection towards that person still exists. It's just not exhibited in a way that's productive or conducive to a relationship.
Let me ask this question: if the roles were reversed, he is a more of a A-list or high B-list celeb, and she was a regular girl. I don't know, maybe she owns a little boutique shop and does eyelashes or whatever. Would she conduct herself in the same manner? So that if she wouldn't conduct
Oh, are
herself,
you speaking
if,
specifically to Kiki or just you
yeah,
mean a woman in general?
A woman in
with a
general.
woman, I specifically said if the roles were reversed and the guy is like in Kiki's role, right, but the male version, right, and she's a regular girl, just like the dude is, regular life. Would she do? Would that girl do the same exact thing that Kiki did?
No,
Oh,
I would
The
say
answer
no, I
is
don't think so. But I
okay.
also think that
So,
the power dynamic is different as well in
but
that relationship.
thank you, but thank you. That right there
Yeah.
is my whole point. It's the power dynamic. She
Mhm.
holds the power dynamic because she has the image and all the accolades to buy it. So she is more in the, I want to say, masculine role or driver's seat in that. He probably he probably had conversations with her like, maybe that ain't it, babe, on this and that, and she's probably like, yo, fuck this dude. Like I'm gonna wear whatever I want. I don't do whatever I want. Right? It's because of the power. And the reason why and we've had this conversation. I had this conversation on Clubhouse too. I was like, out of all the men out there, you mean to tell me that not saying that she couldn't pick them, but you mean to tell me that there weren't other suitors, right? I've heard women say, "Oh, he's not on her level," and blah 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 blah. I was like, is that really what this is about, or is it that she couldn't get what she wanted, so she
No,
had
it's
a
his
free
looks. He's an
choice?
attractive guy. I'm not gonna lie.
But I've also
Okay,
heard too a lot of
so
women
that's out
that
the
are in
window.
the
I'm
industry.
so tired.
I've also heard that a lot of women that are in the industry, whether it's entertainment, music, whatever, that they do prefer others who are not in that industry because they know what goes on, and so they're rather a regular dude for that very reason.
Not
Well,
everybody
he's
is
not a regular
looking.
dude though.
Look, he's not.
Um,
That dude is not an ugly dude. Like he's an attractive guy. You know what I'm saying? She may have
But
based it straight off
But
her
but but
attraction
the,
to
but
him.
see, but people are trying to compare the two in the perspective from the perspective of accolades, right? He's not really in the limelight. He's not really
right.
someone who is a name brand. You know, even if he's not in Hollywood, you know what I'm saying? I think there are equivalencies that people have been trying to make in sort of because he isn't that sort of powerhouse, right? Compared to her, people feel like he is beneath her. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but I think that he has shown countless times he don't have a problem with her
Wait a
outfit.
minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I gotta address this because
Well, okay. Well, my thing is I don't think he had an issue with her outfit because he obviously has shown many a times that he like her. He like that's what I was saying earlier,
you think it was the
bro.
Usher thing that tipped him over.
Yeah, that 100% changed the game, and the fact it was in public. Like I'm telling you,
Yeah,
us guys, we love like seeing you in a nice outfit and nobody else can see it. We gonna love that outfit. But
I
if
agree.
you
I kind of agree.
outside and say, for instance, we go to a lounge or we go to a company event, right? And you're wearing something that I think is provocative and sexy. I like it. But when
Not at
I'm
a
out here
company
with the
event.
fellas or I'm out here at this thing, I'm like, now it makes me look dumb because I got you out here looking like this, and it makes me look some type of way. And now it's like it's not even an insecurity. It's just a simple fact of the matter is I want this for me. And brothers, we be selfish. We want that booty for ourselves, which is true.
Because
But
I do believe that if she was just walking the red carpet and she was swerving dudes left and right, he'd gonna be like, "That's my baby."
the
She was
thing
swerving all
is,
the
but
dudes.
she should have never been allowed to leave the house like that.
He wasn't
Personally.
there. That's how I know they were like. If he wasn't there in the house, but it was Vegas, so I don't think they live in Vegas. She probably was on a girls' trip or something. We don't know.
What's it mean? It don't matter if he was there or not. Like what women always tell us how they got all of these society pressures, how they can't do this, they can't do this, and they're always worried about all this stuff. But y'all literally are walking out and doing the very thing that you claim is causing a bunch of pressure on you. Like, yo, like women know what sells. They know their body is one of the easiest things that they can put out there so that they can continue to survive. But the thing is there's consequences with this. Why did she perfectly feel fine walking out looking like that? That's the question. Where was the sisterhood at that was going to sit here and tell
I
her,
love you, big man.
Well, but
why?
so let me ask you a question. What was his exact comment?
Whose comment?
What was the guy's exact comment?
I mean, I thought you pulled it up earlier.
No, I just pulled up a pic. Like, what was his exact comment? Do we know his exact comment was?
His comment was he's had morals and standards or something along that lines. And
No,
that
something about your mom. Did he specifically say the dress, or was it, or he specify what he was?
Yeah, it was the dress. It was well, he said it was the dress, and then also her
it
being a
was Usher
mom.
100%. That's
Yeah,
what it was.
I mean he
Usher.
didn't specify it like that.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yes.
We live in a generation. Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, not
Yeah.
that one. The original comment. That's what he came back to say. What was the original comment?
1 second, I'll tell you. I'm
Um,
sorry, I got it pulled up. It just won't
Boy, AP
blow up
is
for
so
me.
excited. Give us the news, sir. Let us know. Give us the insight.
It's the outfit
Well,
though. You a mom.
Oh, it's the
Yeah.
outfit. So he specified that it's the outfit. Okay.
well, I'll say this: his account is disabled.
Well, he
Well,
got tired of
also,
y'all coming at him.
but he also liked the outfit. Like she said, he liked the outfit first of all, and he has shown another video of him saying, "Oh, look at my girl," and it looked good as far as the optics before. She was out there in front of Usher with all of those cameras and all their
Oh, so
Instagrams and
she's
stuff
worn
like that.
something similar to this on his page, and he said it was okay. That's
No,
what you're
it was,
saying.
but wait, it was the privacy of their own home, and
But
she
was
was
it on
sending.
public though? But it was
No, it
public.
wasn't in public when he did when he first pointed out the outfit that or an outfit.
So he made
But-
it public.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
he posted
he
it.
he put it on his page, yes.
But that's
Okay.
public.
But the difference is it wasn't out in public. It was something he recorded. He
That's
Yeah.
shake that,
confusing.
shake that, shake
Y'all,
that.
that's some
Like that's
confusing.
like
Yo,
I don't
he was
agree. Like
dumb for
y'all already
posting
know
it.
where I stand on the
Did
dude.
that make
I
any
like
This
sense?
just
So I
like
made
think
this.
I'm
I
leaning
just
more
think the Twilight
toward
Zone.
what Harrison was saying, that it was probably more the fact that it was Usher.
He thought it was for
Because
him. But he
yeah,
found out it was
the
for him
fact
and
that
Usher.
you just brought in that extra caveat that she had on a similar outfit and he liked it and he made it public.
So she thought, oh, my
Versus-
man likes this outfit. Let me get
Right.
more. She didn't realize, but yeah, not for Usher. Okay, so listen. Did you know that this young man, can you read this for me?
he's an
Attractive
E-Rock
guy.
said he's an attractive guy, but is being attractive rare? Nope.
With
I'm
his shirt
sorry
wide
to
open.
I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but did you guys know that there was a little survey, and most women felt that 85% of men were unattractive.
Yeah,
Yeah, on dating apps.
yeah, I believe it.
So
This is
because
why
of
they
that-
only swipe 5% of the time on dating apps. This is like, yeah.
sorry to have to let you know that. What's that? A B rock? Is that
Yeah,
a
E-Rock.
but
E-Rock.
if you really want to know
So-
something too,
Now I may think
no,
you attractive
70
because I can't
yeah,
see
but
for.
you want to know something too? 75 to 80% of women are overweight. So
Oh, for sure. I agree.
and it be those ones that are on the higher scale that are making those comments. But I digress.
Right.
No, you're
Wait,
right.
wait, just because you're overweight don't mean you can't find somebody attractive or not
Hey,
attractive.
wasn't you the one that said that men and women love differently?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying in terms of what's attractive doesn't change because you're overweight or not. An overweight person could still identify somebody who's attractive or non-attractive.
I think what he was saying was he feels like the opposite of us. Like we were saying, we felt they were, but he's saying that they feel that a majority of women are overweight. So it was just like,
Okay, got you. All
from a
right,
men's perspective.
So
got you.
I just wanted to add this, right? Because that comment was a little strange to me too, because we're not like Kiki is not some lady that works behind a desk that is not in the public eye, right? If you are a woman in that arena, you're going to need a man that's attractive. Like you can't be out here with a man that's not attractive. It's bad publicity for your image. So why wouldn't him being attractive be a factor?
Damn, women moving like men.
No, I mean that's not
Jesus
moving like
Christ.
so when
Yes,
you
it is.
okay. So if you already have the money, what is the next best thing? Because you don't need them for the money is not there anymore. So you want to be the attraction will be next. You can't be broke and ugly.
Yes, you
It's
can.
a
You
struggle.
can be broke.
I take that back, Jay-Z.
Even though I don't think people are ugly, I just think that some are.
You know they're ugly, Chan. Stop. There's ugly people.
It's
So
not.
Shan, how come he can't be broke and ugly? Why he can't? What's wrong with that? Him being broke and ugly?
I think that would be equivalent to her being ugly and fat for you.
I mean, listen, people be dating ugly and fat people. What do you
No,
mean?
don't get me wrong. Even
Would you?
the fat and overweight women look cute. There are some of them that
You
look
said,
cute.
would
They just
I
like
date somebody that's ugly and fat?
Would you date somebody who's not attractive to you? Because the people aren't ugly and overweight.
To answer the question directly, I would say no. But just because I wouldn't do it does not mean that other people wouldn't do it.
Oh, we agree. Just because Kiki wouldn't do it, other people do it all the time.
Agreed. Agreed.
Let's not act like Kiki is not a celebrity. Like what are we doing here? Matter of fact, I had to send they have a whole compilation of these guys, white men, trying to get at Kiki, and she just be like, "Oh, thank you, that's so cute." Like she just be like, "Oh," and she kept it moving. They have a whole YouTube video of these white guys like coming at her like real strong, and she just does that. Oh, thank you so much.
I just want to say this real quick. I believe there's a difference between ugly and average, and understanding if I heard the poll right, the number was 85% think that
unattractive was the word.
Like people can be average. It's okay to be average. Like somehow we have demonized just being normal looking person. I think there's a difference.
It is no longer good to be average in any metric. Average height, average weight, average look, average pay, average career. It is no longer acceptable to be average by any metrics. It seems like, and even if you are mildly attractive or unattractive, you still have to kind of filter through some metrics. A lot of people just don't really want what's within their lane. Let's be very honest.
Yeah, most people are average though. Isn't that kind of the point?
But what he's saying is people, even though people are average, they don't be wanting to debate with average. That's what he's saying.
And that's what, and then goes back to why we have so much singleness. And anyway, y'all go ahead. It's frustrating.
I don't think that's why they're singleness, because people don't want average people.
You sure about that?
Listen, I think it's singleness because people are single because y'all sitting here in these 5-year relationships playing with these females. Get out that 5-year relationship.
There you go. I can agree with that. I won't disagree with that.
Woman to marry you. Because she giving you the time of day, that means she likes you. You the one stalling. All the men at home right now, that chick beside you right there, the one who wakes up in the morning and does things for you, she makes sure you good, and she been doing it for a couple of years. Yeah. Go ahead and ask her to marry you. That's the reason why it's single, is because you don't want to get married.
Mind your business, Shan.
Call a spade a spade.
Oh, I'm mistaken. They met in 2018. Their relationship went public in 2021.
Yeah. Anyway. 18. Oh,
the thing that I read, it said that they, I guess they started dating in 2021. So yeah,
they knew each other in 2018,
but started dating in 2021.
That's a decent amount of time now.
Mm-hmm.
He may have her on the 10-year plan.
Other stuff that I was reading was part of her issue was she had some self-esteem issues. I mean, I didn't know that. But.
Maybe it's I like Kiki. I'm not going to even lie. I love Kiki. I don't know her like that, but the things I've seen about her, I think she's probably a stand-up girl, stand-up gal. Cool. What you laughing at, mistaken?
Oh, I was just reading the back chats.
Well, I'm not reading none of that.
What y'all done said? And she not gonna share it.
Exactly.
Be her bodyguard.
Well, for all we know, man, this person doesn't even exist, man. He's a figurative of our imagination.
Y'all, and listen, it don't even matter. Chaotic already told you she's superior. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, what is it? Super Saiyan?
We got a super chat. Let's do this in real fast.
And then two super chats. It look like. No. Oh, you start from the bottom up?
I did.
Okay.
Mistakenly.
E699. What's the incentive for Black men to marry Black women when Black women have the highest divorce rates, even though they're the most unmarried?
your children.
Okay, there we go.
Your
I don't
baby.
disagree with Shane on that actually.
All
And
right.
people don't like to put their kids first, baby. This is I believe y'all be like, F them kids. Your children.
Yeah.
If you want to have, I would
F
say
them
the
kids
only
and
people who should not think about getting married if they don't want to are people who don't want to have children and don't want to help me or anything like that. If you're planning to have children, it shouldn't even be a doubt in your mind that you want to get married. That's just my opinion.
Let me tell you, some people should try to adopt these children, you know what I'm saying, that are already in the system.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
I agree.
You know,
I agree
like
with that,
there are
Luis.
way too many.
They ain't gonna adopt no kids. They have a problem with being stepdaddy.
We're
I was
talking
just
about
about
adding to the surplus that Chaotic brought up earlier, right? But yet there's dozens and dozens and dozens of kids that are looking for a nice, warm, loving
They're
home.
not gonna do it.
So Sharon,
Right, that's
Because
true.
that's somebody else's kid. And
Right.
they talking down on somebody else's
Everyone's
kid.
advocating not to date a baby mama so they don't be a step parent.
Because
Then
they don't want to take
how
care of
does
somebody
that-
else's kid.
I'm just asking because I don't know. So
But it
I'm
takes
joking.
a
And no,
village.
you don't
It
have to
takes a
rip it down.
village to raise a child until that child, surpasses the village. But then they want that child that now is grown to come back and contribute to the village that never contributed to the child. You know what I'm saying? It's like this. I'm going.
Is that not what community is?
what?
What Luis is talking about uplifting this child and then having that child come back as now an adult and continue. Like, is that not what community is supposed to be?
No.
And step parenting too does the same thing.
Yeah. Mistaken. Can you highlight E's comment about a woman logic with the eye rolling emoji?
With the which emoji is it on in the super chat
Man,
or
no, it's the regular
my
chat.
eyes been straining.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. Who?
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause I wanted to address this real quick.
Who was it?
E dot.
Okay, which one? Because he got a few of
He
them.
got
Woman
some
logic.
arrows. Something with an arrow.
It says woman logic right above at
woman, this right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it is so hypocritical, this comment, because we tell women to stay in a marriage for the children, for the family, for duty all the time. Like, men literally in this space have hammered that in to the point where, like, any one of us can recite all of the arguments around that status. And for a woman to tell a man to pony up and do the same thing, for that to be called woman logic, I think is absolutely atrocious. Like, it's literally the same thing. It's called reciprocity. So, like, I thought this comment was entertaining at best.
Mm-hmm.
No, look.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna agree with you guys on this point. Look, when we tell women all the time, require marriage. So when they say, "Hey, I require marriage," like, bruh, what are we saying? They shouldn't, or should they? Like we can't talk out of both sides of our mouths on this one. So I totally agree. That's nuts.
Well, this is the only thing that I disagree with that statement. I think it's more along the lines of ensuring that it's a healthy relationship, that, you know what I'm saying, that you're staying together. Because sometimes we can cause more damage. I have a negative impact on kids when you're staying together for the kids, but it's an unhealthy relationship.
Yes, I think that is always the goal. Now, if you get in a relationship, you got them, and you wilding out, and you think they're not gonna leave you because you acting a damn fool. Like,
hey, Shan, can I derail the productive conversation for a quick second?
what?
It's about Kiki. I have a grievance.
Oh my God!
Just one. I asked permission. You know, this is your show.
I didn't know it was Kiki, but go ahead, hurry up.
You know what I'm saying? So, you see the guy that she decided to be with and have a kid with,
Yes.
right? Within the last year, she had a video. Now, granted, it was comedy, right? It was called Big Man Season. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Why was she out here promoting Big Man Season, but she didn't want to be with a big man?
Maybe he big, and we don't know.
You know big?
Or
Look at
maybe she has dated big women.
maybe she means another kind of big.
No, I'm saying I'm talking about big boy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, you
So
talking about healthy,
yeah, like
But
me, big
listen to
boy,
this. Look at this right
big
here.
guy.
I can sit here and promote something, and then something totally different catches my eye, and I gravitate towards that. We don't know the conversations they've had. We don't know what it is that she likes
Y'all
about him.
crazy
All
tonight.
speculate. You understand? I can sit here and Nas can pick her a man, and a man who I don't even see she should be. You know what I'm saying? But that's her choice. It's something about that person who, you know, she felt she should be with. Go ahead,
but here's the thing. Harrison, like that was a trend that was going on social media, and you know what you have to do to get your engagement up is follow trends on social media so that people go to your page. Like that was a whole sound, and people were everybody on social media was on it. This is not necessarily a part of her preference. She was just doing literally her job, which she gets paid to do.
So you mean to tell me liking big dudes was a trend?
Oh,
What do you mean by big
listen,
dudes? You talking about overweight dudes?
No,
there
no.
are
Okay,
so
so there
many
was.
women
Let me
who
explain
like
it.
big dudes. I don't even
Yes.
understand.
So let me explain it because Shan seems to be there was a song talking about I like a big boy. And all of these women started showing off their big boys. And then all of these other women that also had that preference were jumping on that sound. And you know who else was jumping on that sound? Women who don't like them. Why? Because it was trendy and it got people to engage
Oh
with your
yeah,
content.
TikTok. There's like
So,
trendy
like,
thing.
it's not necessarily that that's her preference. It's that she jumped on the sound because it was hot and it was generating traffic to her social media. And you know what? She makes money off of her social media. So why wouldn't she do it? I think we need to differentiate people doing their job when they're in the entertainment industry versus like what their actual beliefs are.
Because if she ain't never had a big boy as a boyfriend or a man, it's probably safe to say she's just a soundbite.
But
Okay,
I'm
let's
saying I really know women who are attracted. They prefer.
right. We're not saying they don't
Yeah.
exist. We're just talking about Kiki in particular. We know
Got
that.
you.
Yeah, definitely Kiki in particular because that song was a banger. But also, look at this guy she with who she don't respect, and she out here with her cheeks in the
I
street.
don't think it's her not. I just think that she made a fool like I think that was just taken to another because and after y'all said he posted that just confused the hell out of me. You posted that you like it and then I do it and it's so many things that are confusing about this story. It is too late to think about it. But go ahead.
Sir Chai. Uh, according to Screen Rant, Kiki Palmer is getting considered to be Rogue in Marvel's X-Men. So this was actually good for her brand as a strong woman. E. Notice the issue a lot of the older black actresses have. They can't qualify for the dude they really want, so they remain single. Kiki may be next.
What? Would y'all shut up with this qualification? I just sat there and named two of the most powerful men in the country who are dating older women with children. The most powerful men, the most well-off men, the epitome of the man as far as America is concerned.
Who are the two men you referring to?
I said Bill Gates. He is dating a single mom and she is of age. Bezos just married someone who's like 6 years younger than him and she's in her 50s.
But
She also has children.
but I don't think women at large are looking at Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos as attractive masculine men.
You're saying that women wouldn't date okay, Bill Bezos?
I'm not saying that women wouldn't. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
let me just say, how about Ben Affleck?
Oh, they go for Ben for sure.
Right. So he is married. Is he not married to a woman who is of age and she had children going into that marriage?
He dating. He married to Jennifer. J-Lo, right?
But does he not have access to any woman he wants?
Yeah, but he already had J-Lo and he just bounced back. You know what I'm saying? He was like,
But you're not understanding what I'm saying. He has a choice. He has options. And
He
that was what
definitely
he
has a
chose.
choice, but he also J-Lo is not the worst decision.
Y'all had way too much smoke for Sierra to be having this.
Right. I'm just like, huh?
Sorry.
I'm saying I would, if I was Ben Affleck, I wouldn't have went back to Jennifer Lopez.
What's the
Because-
Damon guy? I think he married somebody who had children. What's his name? The guy, he's Matt Damon. Is that his name? Matt Damon.
Maybe.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that his wife had a child.
You said it's his wife, so he married her when she already had a child?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
I
And
don't think
I'm
white
sure
guys
there's
are
a
the best
galore of people.
representation of this.
I'm sure there are plenty others that I, you know.
Okay, well, you know what? Listen.
But here you are.
Us guys be effing up. I agree. We be saying one
with
thing
higher
and we do another.
standards.
You know what I'm saying?
Bezos.
I agree.
Noted. Oh, we just read that one. Shan.
Okay, so
To the next one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I clicked off of it by mistake. What are we? Okay. Oh, y'all know my head. I can't.
Bob 999. Cap. Women can be with ugly dudes, but men can't be with ugly women if the men are celebrities. Women especially would judge a man harshly if he was good looking and she were ugly.
What?
What are you
I think
talking
most
about?
of us want good-looking men. Let's not get it twisted.
Well, I think
bet that if we had to choose between the two, we may go for the guy who is more successful. But let's not be because let's just be real. The true winner in all of this is the guy who is nice looking and he's got money. Okay, he's the top of the top. Let's not get it twisted. But
I think most people date like what we had talked about in the past. Date what they can. So typically, if you're attractive, you're gonna date somebody else who's attractive. If you're not attractive, a lot of times you're gonna end up with somebody else who's not attractive as well. So that to me, I don't know, seems obvious that if you're attractive, 9 times out of 10, you'll probably have somebody else that's attractive as well.
Sure.
All right, go to the next one.
Okay.
E, she's not out of your league. She's out of your price range. Okay, Bob, screw average.
That's what y'all be doing, and y'all need to stop.
Oh, we did that because you said that.
Went backwards, but then
E, talking about the overall majority of Black actresses.
What was the question?
I think he was saying something about them not being married, I think. And then something about they can't get the man that they want. So they settle.
Well, being an actress doesn't mean that you are, it just depends on, you have to talk about a specific person,
Shan, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Before the conversation was derailed, what direction did you think the conversation was going to go tonight? Because that's not what I had in mind at all when I saw
No,
the
we have
topic.
part 2. This is just part 1. You did see on there was part 1, right?
I do now.
Yeah, it's part 1. So we will be discussing more things as it relates to classism a little bit later in part 2. But we wanted to touch bases with the whole point in the Kiki conversation is some things different classes find to be tasteful. You understand? Of course, she's a celebrity, so they don't even go by those rules. Okay, but I was what I really wanted to show is people sometimes in their mind put Beyonce in a different class, and that way she's getting away with a lot of stuff that other people don't get away with. But 2, which is a totally different conversation, which is what I brought up with the college kids. Sometimes we look at college kids just have like, oh, they're just having fun, but then we judge another group of people differently just because of maybe class or something, or maybe what y'all said, they're not attractive.
Or stereotype.
Right. And they're doing the exact same thing. Okay. But
They were ugly though.
shut up. But people are not ugly, they're just not attractive to you. Because I bet
hell no, they was ugly.
Listen, but changing that when it goes into the classroom, I wanted to point out that we romanticize the past. I never knew that there was a separation as it really. I knew that there were middle class people, but I didn't know there was such a divide as in like we heard on that video. And so I think that all of those things make a difference on how the classism makes a difference on how we think the mentality. Because sometimes you can even change class as far as your finances are concerned, but your mentality stays in the past. You still have that mentality, as we said with the basketball player.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Zion Williamson. Yeah.
Right.
Well, even that saying about you can take the person out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the person. That mentality still follows them. So yeah, same concept.
Right. So, but we will talk more about values and all that kind of stuff next week.
Yeah, because you get, and I kind of assumed when I saw the video what direction you wanted to go, or that you had an idea of the direction of the conversation, and you know how I feel about giving back to the community. So I was like, oh man, this is going to be a great conversation. And then we got into eugenics and it did something else. So I was just curious.
I think the main way that we can give back to community is just try to just teach better. I don't think that, I think the whole role of, the plumber thing, the electrician thing, I don't want to belittle people because of their careers, when I think that these people that's not the issue. Because I know some solid homes where the father is the plumber, the father is the electrician, and they have solid homes. These kids go out and they become very successful individuals. So I think we put so much emphasis on the career and not the mindset. It's the mindset that is destroying us, not with how much you make.
I agree with that.
I agree too.
I think that the reason why people have the mindset is because they think that money only exists in certain spaces. They don't think money exists in the trades because a lot of people weren't pushed into the trades. They see tech, they see influencers, they see people in suits, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs. They see these things as the things that make money, but they don't realize that the people that built the world that they live in were the people that they don't think make enough money. A lot of people in the trades make 50 to 100,000 based upon your area.
More.
And I would
more than that, bro.
And I would take it to.
I know plumbers who are laughing their way to the bank.
Oh, for sure. And I know people who live under the roof of a plumber. Their fathers and their parents are, electricians. And they've never had to suffer for anything. But what has happened is the internet has become involved. Now we're exposed to way more. We're seeing, oh, you can do this, and then it's kind of, played a part in how we're thinking at this point. But again, that's not stopping people from wanting to go into trades. People trades, it doesn't stop that at all. I just want us to, especially for next week, focus on the mentality and how we change the mentality. Because I don't care how rich you are, how poor you are, if your mentality is effed up.
Well, but I will say this. I think that it all starts at home. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? Trigger Mike said it best. Fix the family first, and once you do that, you could start the catalyst for everything that comes after that. Got to start teaching nutrition at home. Got to start talking about financial literacy. Teach your kids young. You know what I'm saying? Every time your uncle gives you money, you know what I'm saying, this percentage goes into this percentage goes into that. You know what I'm saying? Have Sunday dinners, you know what I'm saying, with your family. Have Sunday, or Friday night family night, with games and stuff, or maybe there's a night where you do a fun sort of financial literacy sort of puzzle and stuff like that to kind of encourage and create a consistency. We have to create a culture around excellence and building excellence thinking, right?
So my question to you, Lewis, is how do we build that around around the lower class? Because I think once we move from the lower class to middle and upper, we're seeing a different mindset. We're seeing those things that you're talking about. It may not be all across the board, but it happens, I would say, at a higher level. So I think part of it, the question is, how do we get to that the lower class of group to start um I guess changing their mentality, or not necessarily changing their mentality, or providing, like what you said, opportunities or access, or those kind of things in terms of family building and things that they need to be doing at home.
I would say that it really starts, as a group effort. There has to be a beacon to kind of start radiating the influences, right? It starts at the local level and then it spreads out more citywide, then at the regional level, state level, etc. Everything starts off small. Everything that has been created in life, even businesses, have started off small and have grown. That idea has to start as a local initiative, right? Where you have Saturday programs, right? There are places overseas where kids go to school 6, 7 days a week. Here you only go 5, and at that it's like part time practically. So
I,
where are the times? I'm talking about the public education system now. Where are the times where there are activities on the weekend that are curated in such a way where they cover things that they don't talk about in school, that they don't give them those life skills in school? And sort of it has to be at a community level where everybody participates because we all have a vested interest in our children's future. I'm saying? Mistaken's kids, Harrison's kids, AP's kids, I'm saying? We're all trying to push, you know, our kids in the role of excellence in whatever they do, but we have to put the skills and, in the exposure to them, right? Summertime when kids are out of school, instead of running around the house, they need to be exposed to other programs. They need to be able to travel. They need to be able to spend time doing a variety of things and learning about the world around them and how it works, right? And how they fit into that. Far too often, a lot of these kids are inside playing PlayStation, playing Xbox on the computer. I just posted a video just a couple days ago where this dude was like filming the local basketball court and it was empty. It was the basketball courts, the tennis courts, the baseball courts, and it was all empty. Beautiful Saturday day, and everything was completely empty. And it was very sad to see because I also started to see that a long, long time ago. You used to have to wait 2 hours to get onto the court to play. You know what I'm saying? And wait an hour after just to stay on, right? You don't see these things being occupied. We network. We learn to network. The reason why this generation now doesn't know how to communicate, doesn't know how to talk, and they can only do it through the screen is because they lack interaction with one another. Far too often, people miss the most important things is that life is about human interactions, and life starts outside with other people, not indoors in front of a screen.
but I think but I agree what you say about the community, more involvement in the community. But I do think that if you really want to make a change, I think that black people are just impressionable. We got to get this music changed. We got to get our representation changed because that you will be amazed at how powerful that is. We have students like it's no more listen to music in moderation. We have some kids that they listen to it all day, every day. And when you sit here and listen to stuff all day, every day, it does influence the way you think. It just does. Like
Well,
so when we sit there and we think like, oh, it's kind of like let's look at the city girls. Y'all like, oh, it's city girl code. Look at the city girls. Have we ever seen this many women popping their cooch on and thinking it's cool?
no, but I will say this: the hard part for the black community to build anything, we always have the statement that derails it every time.
What?
We will say that we're not a monolith.
We're
And
not.
because we're not a monolith, we have the freedom to choose what side or what statements or what things that we agree with and don't agree with. And since we don't really collectively agree on a lot of things, because you have class, you got economic status, you got, your environment, you got your life. It's just very unfortunate that me personally, I lose hope in the black community come together because we will always say we are not a monolith when it benefits us. But then we will also turn around and complain and sit here and say that we need to build our community, but we don't have a unified thought because if you read scripture, it says that a house divided against itself can't stand. And every time we try to stand together, we divided against ourselves. It's
Well,
unfortunate.
what would you say is one area? Well, one area that I can think of, but I'm gonna ask you that we are all unified around in terms of want. Because I look at one of the things that I guess being an American, but I would say specifically in a low affluent in a low area is money is a huge thing that I think most people would get around. And I remember, I forgot the name of the program, but when I used to work for a youth bureau, when I had first got out of college, they started a program. It was called it was Nifty National something of entrepreneurs. It was something that had to do with entrepreneurs, and part of that program was working within in those communities and teaching them entrepreneurship. And it was a whole curriculum around that where they would end up having to go to like the clothing district or whatever way that they decided that they're going to try to become an entrepreneur and make money. So they would get a t-shirt or get socks or get something from that district where they had to create a plan, do all of what are going to be the overhead costs, all of those things. And money was given to them, and then they had to see how they can increase that money. And so I think programs like that would help them become more self-sufficient, but at the same time learning how to run a business, learning about money, learning like those things, I think would do very well in a low economic area because money is a one of the top things on their list because there's a lack of.
But how do we
Mistaken,
incorporate?
I was gonna say this real quick. I've done the mentoring programs like ACE, Down City Design. I've done a number of things, right? Especially working with high school kids who are looking to go to college, especially in the profession that I am. You know what I'm saying? And what I see in a lot of these programs is that I see a lot more girls participating than the boys.
Mhm.
Yep.
I did one Saturday program, and I promise you, it was like 9 girls showed up and 3 boys. I was like, "Where's the
You
rest
know
of
what you need to do? Let me just tell y'all the real. This is how you get
them?"
kids in class. I'm sorry.
But we need the young boys there. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I love it that the girls are there, but we also cannot leave our young boys behind.
So
You know,
why do
Let
you
me
think
say
they're not showing up?
we had a huge debate about that on King Talk one night, and one brother from Chicago said that, well, I just think that you're not understanding how to relate to them. You know what I'm saying? Because I get it. I'm a little bit more polished, and I don't have the same sort of circumstances that a lot of these young kids who are trying to participate in these programs come up through. But there is representation there, and there is resources there. And one of the things that I try to, aspire to, and that I always work to, especially where talking to young people, I show them receipts about where I started. I show them receipts of the grind that I went through, and that it's possible. You know what I'm saying? You can do this. But I also try to focus and talk about them. What is it that you love, and what you are, and what are you interested in? Oh my God!
Let me just say
I was
this.
about to remember, and he popped out of nowhere.
That's what it was called. It was the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship. And it was actually started by a teacher in New York City who was
You
teaching
know,
math, and he ended up leaving because he saw that one of his lessons is something that he did. It focused on money. What he realized is that the math had to be applied. So it was kind of like, oh, well, in this area, you see these things going on, and the kids was just able to spew out the math or whatever. And so he took that information and began to create a curriculum around teaching entrepreneurship, and that's how that program came to be. But I think that is something that could be like how you were saying, having Saturday school or something during the summer. That can definitely be a course that's done over the summer in those communities. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
let me say this, two things. That program, I think you would have more parent involvement. I think when you're talking about these kids, the parents are more involved in the younger years than they are in the older years. The goal is to get them in the younger years. Maybe have those programs available during the daytime when the kids are out of school because they want their kids to go somewhere, and not just be at home. That would be a great time to get in their ear. And plus, they're young enough to be taught. They'll listen. They haven't gotten to that point where they've got a hard head. They're going their own way. That's the time to get into their ear. One. And two, when kids don't do right, when they go AWOL, when they act a fool at school, I think we need to start citing these parents. Parent, listen, if you start punishing a parent for something, you'll be amazed.
I actually agree.
The results you will get. If a parent, if my kid is acting the fool and I know I have to go to Saturday school or I'm gonna be cited, like I'm messing to come out of my pocket. Oh nigga, you gotta have your in school.
I want to get back to the question. I think I'm mistaken as you. I think the question. I want to re-clarify the question. Were you saying, what do you think is a thing that Black people as a whole will unify behind, or are unified under?
Right.
I think that I don't think Black people as a whole aren't unified by money. I think Black people as a whole are unified by art, music, that thing. Because no matter what age, no matter what thing, we can all find one piece of music where everybody can sit here and say, yeah, that's all right. A lot of people
no, Chaotic was just up here saying that.
But he's saying music, and not the same music, but he's just saying our music, period, like music.
Yeah, but even though we have something that we might all gravitate to that we could probably use, then we would run into the issue of how we think it should be. We have different cultures, we have different likes, we have different ideas and stuff that we want. So then we introduce the next issue. Okay, we all like and agree with music. Yeah. Okay, now what should we do with this thing, right? And I think that the only thing that we can do is, unfortunately, what Chaotic was saying, which is you have to have the people that are taking care of their kids, that are beneficial to society. We need to make more of the things that are good, whether it's a business, whether it's kids, family, communities. We need more of those to combat the things that are not good for our community. Because unfortunately, the things that aren't good for our community seem like they're being mass produced, whether it's through whatever system or whatever it is that's going on. Just like that's the hard part for me, that the solution is simple, but people make it complicated because, like I said, The most derailing statement that Black people make when trying to build anything together is that we're not a monolith.
But
Yeah, we
but
want
you
to be
said
together.
about the music, but even with the music, it doesn't typically they monetize that. Again, it goes back to money. So that's
You-
why I
But
said
you're
that
talking about the
monetize.
making
Can
of
I?
music. She's talking
Can
about
I?
the listening to music,
Well,
something we enjoy to
I
do.
would say Black people can rally behind culture. It's all inclusive because Black culture is infectious around the world. Nobody's trying to wear a bunch of Indian outfits or all these outfits. Black American culture is infectious. It is the number one urban engine of anything cool around the entire world. The bad part about it is that people know we're not unified because the people who market Black culture the best aren't Black. So we're divided because people can easily come in, steal the culture, and sell it as their own. I wanted to say something to what somebody else was saying, and basically what Harrison said, Chaotic said. There is no solution for anything. I wrote a post today that said mentorship cannot replace fatherhood. We talk about it like it can, and we talk about programs and things. It cannot replace fatherhood. It is a band-aid solution in all forms. And I 100% agree with Shan, where you said we actually need to stop focusing on the kids. Stop focusing on the kids. Focus on the parents.
I agree.
Focus solely on the parents because that is where all this BS starts and stops. I just had to come to the realization that it is extremely hard to mentor. I don't have numbers, but it's extremely hard to mentor when you can have 10 boys. You had a great day with them. You brought them, you took them out of their environment. You showed them good things. You let them play basketball, mingle with people who aren't toxic, but you sending them back to the same hell every night. You make no impact. So it's real when we want to talk about change, it's on the home front every single time. Never get around it. Always on the home front. Father, where's the father? Is he involved? Is it possible for the child to go live with him? Those are the conversations we need to be having as far as long-standing change. And I think mistaken to your point about money, math, and anything. Remember, I said I don't. I. I'm. It's a weird correlation to make, but a boy, most specifically, his mathematic and scientific inclination depends on whether his father is home or not. Go look at it. Single mother household, math and reading, boom, depleted. That two-parent household, Black boys do just as well as anybody. So I was working. I've been listening to y'all all night. I just came drop through because that caught my attention.
I
Man,
mean, we don't. I don't disagree with anything that you just said.
yeah, I used to say that F them kids. And the only reason why I used to say F them kids is because one, it's selfish to have kids because they don't ask to be here. You know what I'm saying? And we need to take care of them because we asked them to be here. But also to trigger Mike's point, oftentimes, like the reason why your kids be jacked up is because your parents jacked up. Oftentimes you hear a lot of relationships be like, oh, it's about the kids, it's about the kids, but you don't take care of the thing that helped created the kids. And you start taking care of the marriage, you stop taking care of the relationship, y'all don't care about each other. Y'all will spend 18 years with the children being your focus, and then when them kids leave, y'all relationships is a shambles because the thing that made the kids wasn't the main thing. And to me, I just think it's just jacked up that we want to have kids, but we don't want to maintain the thing that created the kids, which is the relationship. You know.
Mhm.
So then a question, I guess, to Mike and anybody else on the panel, if we say that the focus is the parents, and I guess I'm speaking from I guess experience of being in a situation as a teacher that or not just teacher, but I remember growing up in church as well, where we had parents that just dropped their kids off at church and left, right?
That's what we're trying to get away from.
Right. And the same thing at school. The kids are dropped off at school and the parents are not involved. So I think a lot of times why the conversation is around the kid is because that's who we got our hands on. That's who I think we feel that there's an opportunity to mold and make some corrections as opposed to an adult who's not present.
But that's
yeah.
but that goes back to hey, if your kid is acting up, we won't citate you at first, but we're gonna make it mandatory that you come to this class on Saturday where we teach you parenting skills. Some things, we put those things into the parent's head. You understand?
But how would that work if it's a parent who is working? There are parents who are not working Monday through Friday. Their parents.
So maybe give other options like their night class. They come through the community school during the week. Other options, not just Saturday, but there are other options during the week, so that these parents can go to these classes or whatever you're speaking. We just talk about parenting and things you can do, strategies. Like if you have a problem child, there are strategies, different things. And if they don't show up, maybe after 2, you give them an opportunity, then they're cited. You understand what I'm saying? Because you got to hit them where it hurts. It's going to continue to be a problem.
I was just going to say mistaken. So I really didn't mean, I meant once of course you're going to mold the child because the child is there, right? And teachers actually tend to focus on their better students. So but absolutely focus on the good ones. And I think what you really made a case for there is that you can't save everybody. This is why the participation trophy stuff, it don't work. It don't work. You can't save everybody because a child is falling behind. They have no backing at home. Nobody's forcing them to do anything. No discipline to do homework. No checking on verbal notices or anything that the child got for behavior. And the parents don't show up. You can't save everybody. And this is why merit systems are supposed to work a certain way, because once a person sees their child surpassed by everyone, it's always when they've hit complete rock bottom that the parent wants to show up in an uproar like the school did or the teacher did something wrong.
No graduation, your kid ain't passed all this time, and on graduation when it's time to show out, you can't show out.
And that's when you whip out that accurate documentation. I've tried to contact you several times in the last 3 months, and we sent blah blah. So
they show up for prom too now.
Oh yeah. But that's the way the system is supposed to work. You're supposed to air them out. Like when people say shame doesn't work, well, it might work slow, but it does work.
But it's litigate. Like y'all don't even understand. Like people can sue for just about anything these days. You singled out my child. You did this. You do that.
They can't win though, Shan. They can't win.
We be settling all the time with these parents.
Well, see, this is the thing about it.
Listen. They
no child left behind did not work.
It didn't work.
It done left a whole lot of kids.
You should have left a
majority of them.
A whole lot of them behind.
Majority of them, because consequences work. If you take away the consequence, they're never going to learn the lesson. Little Johnny has to understand if he does not do the work, he's not going to pass the class. If you keep giving little Johnny a grade and he ain't doing no work, guess what little Johnny's going to do? Continue to not do the work. Because he knows you cannot fail him.
Damn, that's what
you can.
You can. I do.
Oh, dang! You don't want.
Listen. Look. Yes, I do. Listen, if you give me effort and you are trying, effort goes a long way. Because I can work with effort. I can't work with I'm just not gonna do. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're not? Okay.
But Shan, you gonna fail that kid? He gonna have to look at himself and be like, I failed.
Failing themselves. It's not, and that's
did I fail the kid? Or
teachers are blamed for failing the child, but the child failed himself and the parent failed the child.
And I can't grade something that's not there.
But I don't know. I just have a passion, and I agree with trigger Mike. I remember when I first started teaching. I think when you're young, I think that's why young teachers are needed, because they're in this thing when they first start teaching. I'm gonna save the world. I'm gonna save every child. Like, and you need that energy, you need that passion. But the hard thing with that is that the longer you in it, you come to the realization that you're not going to be able to save everybody. And if you have a heart and a passion for that, it is a very difficult pill to swallow. But for me, I know that this is my calling. And so I'm going to continue to have that hope and continue to work with, all kids. And for me, I particularly do like the worst of the word. I don't know why I'm attracted to that. I do.
Why you not in the classroom then? Why you
Get
in the
my kid out of
classroom?
your class right now.
Uh,
Get
Why
my
you in
kid
the
out of your
classroom
class
then?
right
I'm
now.
not,
I'm
well,
calling you out.
well, I'm doing it in a different capacity. So I will still get those students who are still the worst of the worst in terms of behavior, in terms of academic, who still need that additional support. But I don't know. I just have this belief, just because I've seen it, I've experienced it so many times, that given the right conditions, given the right, attention, given the right support, given the right environment, that kids do better. You know what I'm saying? And so, because I've seen that happen so many times, I am still under the mindset that we as a whole can do better. But I just don't know in what avenue in which we need to direct our attention in terms of where do we start. Because we keep having these conversations over and over again. We've identified the problems. There's so many studies that have been done where these problems are. I think for
I just
me,
gave
I'm
y'all
tired
a
of
really
talking
good
about it,
solution.
and I'm just ready to do something.
It don't matter what we say we're gonna do. At the end of the day, it's got to be.
Let's start at the household. Yeah.
It's bigger than us, because I can tell you what teachers are not gonna do. They're not gonna continue to kill themselves and be like
Yeah.
at some point. It becomes a stressful job. It really does. And you want, like you said, you go in at this passion. I still do. I be going off on kids. I really do. I be like, let me show you your future.
Well,
Mister, I got chicks you ain't gonna have them tomorrow.
well,
Let me show you.
I think
Mister,
a
I want to be
solution.
broke.
I think a good solution that we should try to work on is figuring out how to put more money in, like, whether
No more
white,
money.
black, or whatever. I think we should try to figure out a way to put more money in the communities,
No
in the
more money.
cities.
No
So
more
what?
money.
What do you
No
mean
more
no more
money.
money?
What's the money
Let,
gonna do?
no more money.
I was not. Listen, let me
When
just
I become a
clarify.
mayor,
Let,
so
let,
this I dare. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Everybody's idea is more money somewhere. We don't need more money to do anything. We don't.
let,
I'm
let
sorry.
me let me clarify. Can I just say clarify this real fast, and I'm gonna let you have the floor, because I just want to. He said Shan was the Biggie's teacher. No, I was not. Because one thing about me, I
Baby,
ain't never told a
baby.
kid they can't do it. I'm the exact opposite. You ain't no I can'ts in my classroom. If you in my classroom and on the first day you try to be all big and bad, says you want to be a doctor, guess what you're gonna be all year? A doctor. I'm gonna remind you that you want to be a doctor, and doctors don't put their head, put their heads down when somebody's teaching. Doctors don't have earbuds in their ear. You walk in the hallway, I'm like, oh, Mr. Doctor, you acting a fool today? Doctors don't act a fool in the hallway. They go to class. I'm going to remind you all year long that you want to be a doctor.
Wait, what?
Dr. Jacob, Dr. Tyrone, that I'm going to hold you accountable to what it is that you're going to say. And so I'm the exact opposite of being a teacher.
Shan,
You
you have a
being
super chat here.
you wasn't going to amount to shit. I'm
Shan,
the
you
exact
have a
opposite.
super chat, and I need answers. What is this?
What was it?
Oh, okay.
Shan, come on. I mean, get off the
Yeah,
I knew it.
but Mike, I believe this is why I believe that we should try to figure out how to get more money. A lot of times when we look at why quote unquote whiter schools make better kids or they have better scores and stuff like that, it's because they use their money for their taxes and all those things go into their school. right?
I agree.
And then
I
they got
live
better
in one of those.
books, they got better teachers, they got all this
I
stuff,
don't think
right?
that's true.
They
Well,
do.
I
They
mean,
do, Shan.
I
it,
think that let's look at how that looks, okay? Most of the time, when you're a new teacher, which is usually, like she said, the most passionate teacher, you are probably going to be put in the school that is doing the worst, right? As your most passionate. The difference between you leaving and staying is strictly on how you're treated. Okay. They're going to look at it and say, if I'm doing the same job over here and it's less stress, it's easier. All I got to do is get up in front of a board and say what I got to say, and I'm going to get the same pay. A lot of people leave for that.
well, I'm not
So
arguing about them leaving. I'm just
But what I'm
arguing
saying
that.
to you is, if you, I don't know how it is at other schools, because it could be true when it comes to other city schools. I'm just talking about how we do it here, because I can't speak for every school. But in we all, I'm not being mistaken, was having this conversation. We all have the same here. Like, for example, I teach at a school that's majority Black. Okay. I teach the same thing as any other school that could be a majority white. We have the same crew. We are the day by day. So if that kid were to transfer to another school, they will be, when they step into another person's class who taught the same thing I taught, we're on the same page. Does that make
yeah,
sense?
that does. But I will say that I think in Houston, the 20 Houston Independent School District is the largest school district, like in Texas, one of the largest in the nation. They now saying 29 worst schools, they're gonna pay 90 grand because they trying to get those teachers back in that school at the 29
I
worst
saw
schools in
that.
Houston.
But
Yeah,
aren't they
so
making all of them, the ones that are there, like to
Reapply.
Yeah.
yes, they're well, as somebody who's in higher education, these people are instructors. Well, I have instructors and professors, but teachers are entitled. And even if they don't perform well, some of them are entitled.
But
So
Trigger Mike, let me tell you, it's a huge competition out there because now
yeah.
they're trying to do this, right? I just saw a post where they're trying to incentivize certain teachers to come to the Middle East and teach courses, starting off at 100,000 plus a car plus a condo.
I actually
That's like
applied.
Dubai, right? I had a few
Yeah.
people go do that
I
over the
applied
last few
years
years.
ago to teach overseas. Actually, my daughter did that as well. So yeah, there's definitely incentives. Not I know in Atlanta public schools they just did a a salary audit for teaching jobs and other jobs within the education system, and they got a significant increase in salary, and it's because there is a shortage of teachers, and they are trying to attract teachers into the classroom, new, like people who are maybe transitioning out of other careers. They're trying to incentivize kids to go to school for education, based on trying to increase the salary. But to me, salary doesn't make you a good teacher.
True.
No, I think they're
So
trying to
that's
attract.
another issue
I
that
think they're trying to attract some men. I think they need some of these boys to get secretly punched in the face in the corner where the camera ain't showing.
Yeah.
And that'll get some grades up.
But you know what's
This
so
is
crazy?
just real quick, Luis. I'll let you
Yeah,
guys
go ahead.
continue because this is not my wheelhouse, and I'll let the educators have this conversation. But I want to say I do appreciate the high level conversation you guys are having, and I'm learning a lot. So this is a very necessary conversation. Y'all keep it up.
I'm currently designing and renovating a state school out in Massachusetts, and this school produces and prepares young students to become teachers of all sorts, right? Special ed, all branches, and I've I've interviewed the students. I've walked through the campus and stuff like that. Do you know the vast majority of all those students who are in that um science, higher eds, health science and stuff? Great majority of them are like 82% women. Very
Oh
few
yeah.
dudes. It's
Oh yeah.
like I see like one dude like maybe every like hour, if that. Like, there's
Oh, yeah.
very few dudes. I mean,
Well, that
that's
speaks
really
to what you were saying before too, Lewis, when we were talking about being involved in community and having programs. And you say a lot of times the girls are the ones that's showing up for the programs. So that was my question that I had. How do we attract boys, whether it's to be educated, going to school, or being involved in the programs that, you was talking about? Like, what is it about Black boys? And
So it's
like, what is it?
I got to look at it like this. This is interesting to me. This is my hypothesis on this. My wife is just signed our daughter up for medical school camp at Prairie View University or whatever. And I realized that all of her hopes and dreams and desires basically go to our daughter. And one of the reasons why is because she can't get our son to sit down at the moment. But I make him sit down. I make him listen. And then I'm the one who asks about, well, what are we doing for him? And she'll sit there like, well, we want to do an engineering camp. We absolutely fucking do want to do an engineering camp. Or he can go to the same camp as his sister. And what I've noticed is that, because I took my niece a few weeks ago to some science camp they were having down in Houston, and I realized, oh snap, mothers are primarily bringing their daughters out of a inability to control their sons or get them to agree outright to do these things, because some boys might want to be on the video game, some boys might want to be on the basketball court. Nothing really wrong with that, but I realized the difference is a dad in the house to make him go. My son ain't gonna be he could play basketball after camp, right? So I just noticed that is one of the biggest issues with moms, is that the second you get some pushback from your son, you're just gonna focus on the one that listens more. And now, of course, that's naturally going to be the daughter, because I can get my son to do anything very easy. His mother struggles, right?
I would agree that fathers are I mean, and nobody's gonna ever deny that dad, especially when it's a dad that who is basically a good dad. Nobody's gonna deny that, because I know even with
who's present.
Because even with my son as a when my son was very young, I remember my son is a great kid, but I remember there was one time where he just acted a fool at school, and his dad was in law school at the time. He was very young, and I remember I made a phone call. Y'all, I kid you not. Mistaken's probably heard this story several times. I kid you not. I called his dad, and I'm like, look, you got to talk to him, because I don't know what this is about, And his dad spoke to him. The next day, y'all, I kid you not, I promise. He called me while I was at work. He said, do you want him to get on the bus, or you want me to bring him home? I was like, what? He said, oh, no, you act a fool at school. I'm going to take care of that ass at school. He flew in town and told my son, if he ever has to do it again, we're going to have issues. Needless to say, I didn't have no more issues.
Yeah.
From my son.
Can I ask all of you guys that have worked in education, what are the major differences between the so-called white schools and the inner city schools? What are the major differences?
Tax dollars, bro.
Teacher retention.
Well, okay, that's one, but let me get one it's teacher retention, parent involvement.
Yeah,
that goes with that. If there were more parents involved, teachers may stay.
Man, let me tell you, when people pay, and there is nothing that these people in this neighborhood and these neighborhoods and school district that they want that they don't get. They know exactly how much money they spend in taxes. I think this is the most expensive school district in Texas and the number one in Houston. Anything goes wrong at the school, they don't like something they saw in the curriculum, it's going on next door. It's going on the community chat. I'm getting buzz. All kindergarten grades, we're going up to the school. They rally to get what they want, because it's literally their money. So when you understand how your dollar is spent, you can go make demands because they have the money. The inner city school, you have such a mix of neighborhoods where these people aren't actually paying taxes. They can't make any demands, and you have low parent involvement.
The other issue too that is easy, especially on an elementary level, is a lot of times you already have I'll say, I know you said the difference between white schools and black schools is that they are coming in already, knowing, like I used to teach kindergarten as well, knowing basic things like coming in, knowing their ABCs, recognizing letters, recognizing shapes, right? It's just a lot, having a larger vocabulary. Parents have read to them, so they're exposed to more literature and words and things like that. So they are able to come in, they're coming in with a higher baseline than other kids that are in the more low economic areas. So you're already starting behind with those students. So it's so much catch-up work that you're trying to do.
So
that's the thing.
my daughter starts a new charter school next month, and they don't have the PTA. It's called the PTO because it's just as many dads as it is moms. And when they were trying to recruit me on and get my whole skill set, when I say parent involvement, it's dads that built the school. They put up the chalkboards. They're the one like drilling. So they don't have to spend money. They save money because they save on labor. Literally. So when I say parent involvement, parents involved with everything. If the teacher, something in the budget didn't come up and requisition won't come down from the school, from the superintendent fast enough, the parents will rally and get it for the student. Or some get their job to donate. Like, parent involvement is extremely important.
So, is there a way to incentivize in the inner city more parent involvement? Is that a possibility?
What?
I just told you what to do.
Can we read the super chats?
Go ahead. Wait, hold on. Inaz was about to say
All
something.
right, I'm about to get back to work, man.
No, I was going to say the same thing. We need to take this commercial break.
Okay.
Okay, Ali.
Shan, come home.
Okay,
Ali, Shan, get off these panels and come home so you'll stop stressing.
People gonna stress. People gonna think, Ali, stop. People gonna think.
Ali, these niggas stressing you out. Let a real nigga show you the world. Yeah, Ali, Shan, they don't want to hear that, but I'll listen to you all day. Just come home. I'm sorry.
That's my brother Ilkan Ali. That
Ali,
is my
crazy.
brother.
I got my pencils, notepads, color pencils. I'm ready to learn, Shan. They don't want to learn. I'm here for it.
That boy crazy as hell.
Shan, I like it, and I want to put a ring on it. Ali, she keep telling me this and telling me that. She say, once I'm with her, I won't go back. Here I am, baby. Practice what you preach.
Practice what you preach.
That was cute, Ali.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. That was
That
really
is hilarious.
Oh God.
Wow.
That was fantastic.
Yo,
That's
shout
a
out
great
to
way to
Ali
end the
man,
night.
for
I
the
like
comedy
that.
hour.
Huh?
I said shout out to Ali for the comedy hour.
Yeah.
She was serious. She a catch. She was just trying to put that out there.
Ali is my home, my boy, you know.
Man, y'all look all right together. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna make a connection? What's going on?
He did a digital make it rain. That's what Jordan said. He made it rain.
That's
Hey, that's a good positive note to end the night on.
it is a positive note to end the night.
Great,
I
yeah.
enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah.
Part 2 is next week. So we will continue in this conversation next week. Thanks, everybody. Love you, Ali. I see you. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us in the chat. Thank you for everybody in the conversation who came today. And I hope you guys will be with us next week. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.